Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. To attend and participate, choose your favorite language. Sign in, then click on Conference. For further information, to ask questions directly, click here. To download the conference presentations, click here. To share ideas and opinions, please visit the conference forum. For technical support, click here. مرحبا بكم في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. للحضور والمشاركة، اختر لغتك المفضلة، قم بتسجيل الدخول، ثم الضغط على المؤتمر لمعرفة المزيد من المعلومات. في حال رغبتك بطرح سؤال مباشر، اضغط هنا. لتحميل العروض، اضغط هنا. لتبادل الآراء، قم بزيارة المنتدى. للدعم الفني، اضغط هنا. التعليم والتدريب بالشراكة مع الأمانة السعودية لمجموعة ال20 تحت عنوان تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي، حيث ناقش يومه الأول عددا من الأوراق العلمية لعمليات التقويم وفحص الجودة واعتماد برامج التعليم والتدريب التقني والمهني. It's our pleasure and honor to welcome you in the second and last day of the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation that's organized by the Education and Training Evaluation Commission in partnership with the G20 Saudi Secretariat, entitled Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth. حضورنا الكريم، تستمعون الآن إلى المستشار الأول في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب الدكتور محمد الزغيبي في حوار علمي حول تنفيذ التجديد التربوي على المستوى الوطني مع وزير التعليم السابق في نيوزيلندا معالي هيكيا باراتا. Dear distinguished guests, please welcome the Senior Advisor of ETEC, Dr. Mohammed Al-Zghaibi, to the keynote speech, Implementing National Education Reforms with the Honorable Heikya Parata, the Minister of Education for New Zealand from 2011 to 2017. فليتفضل الدكتور محمد الزغيبي مشكورا.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome all of you for the second day in the International Conference for Assessment. Yesterday it's like setting the scene for the conference at all. Today we'll focus on the implementation of educational reform. As we say in Arabic, al-Maidan yahmedan. So the devil in the details. Today we have with us an extraordinary achiever, the Honorable Minister of Education in New Zealand during the period of 2011 till 2017. Within this, short term of years, she accomplished some extraordinary achievement, whether to lift up the achievement within the education system from 65 to 85% graduates from secondary education. Another thing is the achievement with early childhood, the enrollment up to 98%, which is, unbelievable in these just short years. Dr. Heikya Parata, Distinguished Alumni Award from the University of Waikato, New Zealand. She is Senior Executive Fellowship in Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. There is as well the Outstanding Public Servant Award in New Zealand Government, 1991. She is a board member in the International Advisory Board Center for International Education Benchmarking in Washington, D.C. She is the International Advisory Board for the Center for Global Education. And finally, she is the chair of the Global Forum Education Policy Reform in OECD. She is going to chair a forum just next week with the educational reform. I'd like to switch to Arabic to affirm on the personal side of Dr. Heikya Parata to my fellow Saudi colleagues. دكتور هيكيا باراتا هي أصلاً من الشعب الأصيل العريق النيوزيلندي، واللي هم يمكن ما حصلوا على فرص التعليم والتطور مثل البقية البيض اللي موجودين في نيوزيلندا. هي جاءت من عائلة فيها 10 أفراد، 5 بنات و5 أبناء، هي أم في نفس الوقت، لكنها خلال فترة وجيزة أنجزت يعني شيء بصراحة تحتفي فيه منظمة الOECD ويحتفي فيه عدد من الدول، وما كان الطريق سهل. واجهت يعني مصاعب كبيرة. لو يمكن أحد منكم راح وشاف يعني المقاومة اللي كانت في المجتمع النيوزيلندي وفي نقابات المعلمين تجاه الإصلاحات اللي كانت تحاول تسويها. طبعا حملات لمطالبات بإعفائها كوزيرة التعليم خلال فترة عملها. كل هذه التحديات مع بعضها يعني نجحت بصراحة في فترة وجيزة في إنجازات تحسب للوزيرة. So I would like to welcome you, Dr. Heikya Barata. It's our pleasure to have you today with us. Please kick off with your presentation.
Salam alaikum. I am finding that my camera is not starting. Where? Share screen. Could I please have someone have the host allow me to start the video, please?
The technician, they are working on it. Just give them, a few seconds to do it.
Sure, sure. And then I go to that.
Yeah.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Good afternoon. I am going to share the screen now. Share.
Yes, we can see it.
We can see it now. Well, good afternoon and greetings from New Zealand. I am so delighted to be participating in this international conference, and I would like to thank Your Excellency Dr. Ahmed Alessa for inviting me to participate, for the Board of Directors of the Education and Training Evaluation Commission, the conference organisers who have done a superb job in very challenging times. And I must confess to the audience, this is the first time I've done a keynote presentation online, so I hope that I will acquit myself. And I would like to acknowledge the G20 presidency by Saudi Arabia, and that this conference is part of the International Conferences Programme. Greetings to all. Ko hikurangi taku maunga, hikurangi is my mountain, ko waiapu taku awa, waiapu is my river, ko Ngāti Porou taku iwi, I am of the tribe of Ngāti Porou, tēnā koutou mai taku whenua tupu o Aotearoa, New Zealand. I greet you from my country of Aotearoa, New Zealand, kia ora, and thank you for this invitation. I wanted to talk to you about the national education reforms that I led during my time as Minister of Education from 2011 to 2017. As with all reforms, some of them were successful, some of them were not, some of them were popular, some of them were not. While we all talk about wanting to change and improve, in fact, we all do find it difficult nevertheless, and so it can be very challenging. I want to focus on the key elements of the reform that I led during my time, and I want to emphasize that there is never just one big reform and then our education systems stop trying to improve. In fact, we must all commit to continuous improvement because education systems must be dynamic and responsive to the world, and never more so than now, as this pandemic has swept all of our countries and we have had laid bare what many of the challenges are within our education systems. And so all systems here in New Zealand, there in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in the countries of delegates who are participating in this conference, know that we must all rise to the challenges. And we know that in reform, however, there are some constants. The first thing to know, given that our conference is about both improving learning outcomes and supporting economic growth, is that learning is everyone's business. It's really important that our education systems and our economies are aligned, because that's how we reflect ourselves to the world and how the world is interpreted by us. So that means that the values that underpin our citizenship in our countries must be reflected in our curriculum, in the way we teach, in what we teach, Our assessments must be relevant to that curriculum to ensure that the quality of our skills and qualifications will perform for our own economies, but also make it possible for us to participate powerfully in the world's economies. The most unique part of any country, the resource that is most powerful for all societies, are our people, our languages, our cultures. As we become more and more part of the world, as we aspire to have global competencies so that our young people can participate with confidence in the globe, in its economy, as well as our own, it's important that while we modernise, which we must, we also remain anchored in who we are, because it is our specific and unique language, identity, and culture that will allow for us to be creative, to be innovative. And in that intercultural space with other societies, that's where innovation really does occur. We want to make sure that we continue to be the distinctive people that we are. In terms of our skills and qualifications, I think that the evidence is pretty clear that the smartest investment an economy can make is in the skills and qualifications of its people. And this conference has spent a day already and will spend the rest of today talking about what those skills and qualifications need to be, the pathways that our young people must be able to pursue. But it's not enough just to be learners. As Andreas Schleicher will probably have said to you yesterday, because he certainly says it often enough, it isn't just what our young people know, it's what they can do with what they know, so that they can apply it to real world jobs, to opportunities they can identify in the economy, so that they can build strong and capable lives for themselves and for their families, and so that the economies of their countries can diversify. If we want to see growth in our economies, we have to be constantly ready to diversify, and that relies on the skills and qualifications of not just our young people, but of lifelong learners. Now, the best return on investment is lifting and sustaining the quality of teaching. We know across the world that no education system can surpass the quality of its teaching. And so the role of teachers, not only in our education system, but in the contribution that it makes to our economies, cannot be underestimated. In the reforms that I led in New Zealand, which is just one example of a set of reforms that many other countries will have their own reforms, I followed the meta-analysis that Professor John Hattie, a New Zealander, known to you in Saudi Arabia and in countries all around the world, found that of all the effects that lift achievement, that cause learning to happen, that lead to success in our education systems, there are 4 main effects. 2 of them are in school and 2 of them are out of school. And as you can see, the first is the quality of teaching, closely followed by the quality of leadership of our learning systems, whether at early childhood, throughout our schooling years, or on into tertiary. And the 2 outside of school are the strength of parents and families' engagement in their children's learning and the expectations that the community holds of their young people. So these 4 ingredients were the contribution to the recipe I followed for the reform that I led in New Zealand. And at the heart of it, every day, in every way, we're our learners and their learning. If we lose sight of what our education systems are built for, which is our children and young people, then we lose sight of the importance that learning, skills, and qualifications make to our societies and to our economies. So every day I got up and thought about how many more young people can we get involved in early childhood education? How many more young people can we ensure will have a successful general education in our primary schools? How many more young people can we assist to get the qualifications they need to go on and participate in society and in the labour market? And so in the area of lifting the quality of teaching, in New Zealand, we focused on investing in our Teachers Registration Council and the importance of ensuring that every teacher who was involved in our schools had been licensed to practice, maintained their qualifications, ensured that they were up to date, engaged in professional learning and development, and supported our Teacher Registration Council to carry out reviews to support teachers to maintain and update their qualifications and to be successful. It is really important that when we describe education and teaching as a profession, that we provide the support for teachers to be professionals, to be licensed to practice, to have the professional learning and development that ensures that their teaching, their pedagogical practice, their research-based teaching units are up to date, are modern, relevant, and appropriate. And that it is connected to the actual students that they are teaching, that they understand what the learners in their classroom need, the pace at which they learn, the style of their learning, and how they themselves improve the way they connect to their students and facilitate their students' agency, so that learners are in charge of their own learning with the support of their teachers. We also created communities of learning with specialist teaching roles so that we could help develop and diversify career pathways for teachers, so that we would have entry-level teachers, specialists in subjects, specialists in general teaching, specialists in numeracy and literacy, but also that we would have what you might call master teachers who specialised in helping other teachers get better. And we celebrated teachers. Teachers are nation builders. They have our children in their care for between 6 and 8 hours and possibly more in some countries, 5 days a week for approximately 40 weeks of the year. That is a significant time during which the influence of teachers is powerful and important. And they help inculcate our children not only with learning and being able to do maths and languages and social studies and science and so forth, but also the values of good citizenry. So in our reforms, we focused very much on how we could support teachers to be successful, be effective, and to maintain their qualifications to deliver the best possible teaching and learning for our students. We also focused on leadership and lifting the quality of leadership. And that meant that we invested in the professional development of principals, but we also invited very successful teachers to consider whether they wished to be principals as well. And we created training for aspiring principals so that we always had a flow, a pipeline of leadership to come through and head our schools and our learning institutions. And similarly, we created new super leadership roles across whole communities of learning. Too much of our education systems are still based on the 19th century industrial models. They still start with children coming to school at 5, 6, or 7 years of age, but then proceeding through our schooling systems in birth year batches, We move them from when they're 5 to the next stage when they're 6 to the next stage when they're 7, somewhat like our industrial factories. Whereas we should be focused on what is their learning growth, what style of learning is most effective for them, what is their emotional and what are their emotional and social developments, and how do we cater to those in cohorts that work for the children that make up those groups. And so we developed communities of learning where in a community we connected early childhood through to primary to secondary and on into tertiary options, so that young people were the centre of the system as opposed to the sectoral approach that are the structures that most of our systems have, which frankly are organised much more for the convenience of adults than they are for the learning, growth and pathways of students. And so we created communities of learning that were very much focused on the personal pathways of students. And we celebrated the excellence of leaderships. We held national awards for our most outstanding teachers and principals. We ran education festivals so that schools could demonstrate what they were doing to their communities, and parents and community leaders could attend those. We began an online celebration of teachers by inviting former students to send electronic postcards to thank the teacher that had made the most difference in their lives. And we generally tried to create an atmosphere of recognition and respect and celebration for our teachers and principals for the key role that they play. And while there have been many challenges arising out of the pandemic, and there continue to be those challenges, one of the really powerful points, I think, is that parents who have had their children at home for weeks or months have really, I think, come to respect even more the role of teachers, the value that they bring, the challenges there are in actually being responsible for teaching children every day, many weeks of the year. So while children have been at home and they've been in the care of parents who've been responsible for keeping the learning genes alive, I think that there has become a greater awareness of and a greater respect for teachers. And I trust that that will carry on into everyday life once we have some semblance of normality again. Following again Professor Hattie's research that found that involving parents and communities was very powerful for growing learning and achievement. In New Zealand, we ensured that we reported to parents on national standards in literacy and numeracy across all schools. We reported every 6 months so that parents felt informed and involved. We created easily understood local community data, and there's an example up on the screen for you. So you can see that we did this at early childhood. We did it from 0 to 18 years of age. We did it by ethnicity, and we did it by gender, and we did it by schooling level, so that at a glance, parents, local leaders could see how well their children were doing and how they might participate in growing their children's learning. And of course, it's really important that there is effective evaluation, not for the purpose of simply ensuring compliance, not for bureaucracy and auditing and monitoring and trying to it is for the purpose of catching schools in. It's for the purpose of identifying which parts of the learning ecosystem are working, which parts aren't working so well, and how do we support those systems to be successful in the interests of our children's success. And so all 4 of those elements came together, and in our national reforms, this is what we did. We set specific public service goals so that all New Zealanders would hold our government and me as minister accountable. And the two that Dr. Mohammed referred to in his introduction were to raise the participation in early childhood education to 98% of all 5-year-olds starting school. Now, New Zealand already had and continues to have a very strong track record in early childhood education. I think it was one of the first countries in the world, or certainly, if not the first, one of the first, to introduce an early childhood curriculum to ensure that we made options available to parents of teacher-led, centre-based early childhood education, as well as parent-led, home-based early learning. And it was through these mix of options that parents got choices that were best for them and their families to participate in early learning. And so, yes, we got it to 98%, and it's a goal that subsequent ministers of education have continued to focus on, because we all know from the evidence that quality early learning exponentially makes a difference for all of our students. And at the other end of the compulsory system, we set ourselves a target of getting 85% of all 18-year-olds, whether still in school or out of school, achieving our minimum leaving qualification. And yes, we had significant success. And how did we do that? We used data to tell us where each child was in their learning and how we might help them. And we developed a mantra which we found really energizing. And there it is there on the slide, from numbers to names to needs for every one of our learners. We wanted to make sure that we provided schools with the data, which was anonymized numbers, where we could tell them how many children or young people in their schools needed more credits in particular ways to achieve the leaving qualification. And we would say to schools, we know the numbers in government, but you must know their names. They are at your school. You can identify them, find out what they need, and help them to get the credits they need to secure that important qualification. And finally, we engaged all stakeholders in regular national and regional forums to discuss all the things necessary to support our schools to be successful. And by that, I mean the mayors of our communities, the heads of business in our communities, the leaders of our faith-based institutions, the leaders of tribes, the leaders of cultural community groups, the law enforcement, the social support services, the health services. All of these key stakeholders were brought together regularly to discuss how together we could help raise the achievement of our young people, support our schools to be successful. And this was a regular quarterly activity so that all of our communities felt empowered and involved. And the result of that, our data tells the story. You can see that all of our cohorts of communities improved over this period. We started for some communities at less than half of their young people achieving the minimum leaving qualification. And over that 5-year period that you can see on that slide, all populations increased, every one of them. And that was by using data to find which students needed what resource when, and doing our very best to get it to that school and support schools to be effective. Because here's the thing, no matter how much influence you might have as a minister, no matter how many speeches you might make, no matter how many stories you might tell, in the end, the fact is, it is teachers and principals who make the magic in classrooms up and down every one of our countries. So supporting them to be successful is what causes learning to happen and students to be successful. It isn't actually ministers. Our job is to lead. Our job is to create the conditions in the environment for success. Our job is to gain momentum and to be prepared to take leadership even when it isn't always popular. But in the end, it is our teachers, it is our principals, it is parents and the communities that make the difference. So finally, learning is earning. Students who do well, acquire skills, get good qualifications, will find opportunities in our labour markets, will be ready to create opportunities in our labour markets, and thereby raise our economies. So it is absolutely true. The title for this conference is so appropriate. Not only must we improve learner outcomes for those people themselves and for their own lives to prosper, but also because that's what grows our economies. So particularly now, as we face the challenges of this pandemic, it is not binary. It is not either public health or economic wealth. It isn't either learning or earning. It is always those things together. We've got the opportunity, we do have challenges, but we have the opportunities. So here's a sunrise here in New Zealand, where the sun first touches the world each new day. It's our chance every day to find the best opportunities for all of our learners and grow our economies to create better lives for all of our people. I hope that I've met my time. I have concluded my contribution, and I hand back to you, Dr. Mohammed, with thanks to the conference for this participation.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Parata. It's a very practical, wonderful and insightful presentation with the, recommendation that they are relevant to the context of Saudi Arabia. So we have some questions from the audience. Would like to give you, a question and you give an answer, or I give you the question and then you answer them at once. So what do you like?
I'm in your hands, whatever you decide.
Okay, good. So one of the question, it seems that you as the Minister of Education, you were striking a balance between gap analysis when you started leading the Ministry of Education, policy development, and policy implementation, with a limited time as well. So what's the magic recipe behind all, this balance that you did during your term as a minister?
First of all, I think you have to have a clear agenda and say what it is you're trying to achieve. So our two big public service targets made that very clear. Second, you have to work well with your ministry officials, who are the machine that you have available in government to carry out this work. Third, you must respect the teaching profession and principals. Now, as I say, some of our reforms were not popular. That is a fact of every government. Not all things are loved by everyone, but we tried to make sure that we communicated clearly and often and in very practical terms by using these forums to make sure that parents understood what we were trying to do, had the information available to themselves so they could make their own judgments, and constantly sharing the reports on how well we were or weren't doing. And of course, getting resources to where they needed to be as a priority, because there's never enough resource for all the things that we want to do. So data is also useful in helping to prioritize where we invest as well. So it wasn't one thing or another, it was how did we bring all of those things together. And sometimes we made mistakes and had to own up to them and then move on, and other times we celebrated our successes.
Thank you, Dr. Barata. Another question that you invested on the Council of Teacher Registration. So in Saudi Arabia now, we are preparing to start processing with teachers' registration and licensing. What is your advice to policymakers and educators as Saudi Arabia is going to start with this new initiative?
Well, first of all, congratulations, because that is an outstanding initiative. It says to teachers that they are professionals and that, like other professionals, lawyers, engineers, doctors, and so forth, they need to have a license to teach. That license must be kept updated, it must be relevant, and it helps grow a professional pride across all teachers. So I congratulate Saudi Arabia, and I commend to you that you also look at the best practices around the world that you think will serve you. We did that. We looked around the world and we looked at elements that we thought would work in our country, and we then adopted and adapted those to our situation.
Thank you. Another question from the audience. In a centralized system, in a centralized education system like Saudi Arabia, reform initiative fidelity is a challenge. How could this challenge be overcome here in Saudi Arabia?
I'm probably the wrong person to ask, Dr. Mohammed, because New Zealand has one of the most decentralized systems in the world. Every one of our schools is run by a democratically elected board every 3 years. Parents run for the board, local community leaders run for the board, and once they're appointed for their 3-year term, they then get to decide what curriculum is taught, the employment of the principal and teachers, and then they work directly with the Ministry of Education. So having just said that I'm not the qualified person to respond to your question, I think, though, if you use the same kinds of ingredients, be really clear about what you're trying to achieve and why, and how that affects teachers and students. Communicate well, clearly, simply, and regularly. Celebrate success. Share data in ways that the schools in the first instance and the surrounding community understand what's happening and what they can do to contribute. Those ingredients will work as well in a centralized system because it's populated by people, and people just want to know, they want to understand how they too can contribute.
Thank you. I think we still have time for a couple of questions, if you may. Family engagement is a crucial part of your strategy when you were Minister of Education.
Yep.
This might even crucial during the pandemic now around the world to engage family with the education of their children. Would you please shed some light on how to make it systematic and sustained engagement with families?
So first of all, I would say that you have to value family involvement. Not just say that you do, you need to truly practice that. So if you want families to be engaged, then they have to feel welcome at the schools. They have to have information shared with them about how well their children are doing or not, what they can do to contribute. Share on a regular basis that information in practical, simple terms, and ask them to be involved in their children's learning. Look, all parents, I never met one parent who wasn't keenly interested in their child doing well and understanding what they needed to do to help that occur. So I think that it's the responsibility of the government and schools to ensure that they make parental, family, wider family involvement welcome and clear about how families can contribute, and keep the lines of communication open, because of course families are all busy as well, just as teachers and schools are. So finding a way to regularly connect, building trusting and trusted relationships. We've got a saying in New Zealand, hea te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people, it is people, it is people. Build relationships. That'll do it.
Thank you. The final question from the audience. It's a challenge within an argument. I don't know how we're going to respond to this question. The thing that happened in New Zealand education is that you were already at a level that you were able to lift achievement. Whereas in the case of other countries like Saudi Arabia, we are down below that level of yours. And there is a long way to that. So what's your comment on countries like Saudi Arabia? It's, sometimes we don't even have the infrastructure to lift the achievement. The factor they are not, coherent together.
So I would say that focus on progress. Too often we focus, to use the jargon, on summative evaluation and less so on formative. So we can get very obsessed about examinations and examination results. And we think that if we test more and we test more and we test more, that itself is going to cause learning to grow. I think if we focus on creating progress, so if this is the baseline, how can we move? Just keep moving, rather than saying, here's where every other country in the world is and here's where we are. That gap is just overwhelming us. Of course, we need to be conscious of that, but every one of our education systems is trying to improve. Not improving, standing still, is slipping behind. So constantly trying to improve, and there is enough information around the world to tell us what do excellent systems do, what do great systems do, what do good systems do. And all of us, as I said, are on a journey of continuous improvement. So I would say focus on progress, celebrate every piece of progress, build momentum. Success breeds success. That's a truism, because it is true. The more people enjoy success, the more they want to do that and enjoy more of it. So progress is to be celebrated. Building a momentum across a school, a community, and a system, and keeping that momentum going will progress for each and every learner. I think the responsibility of a government, any government, is to create the conditions whereby that momentum can gain traction, and success has got to be celebrated. The more attention we give to what works, the better it will work.
Dr. Barata, thank you very much on behalf of myself, ETIC, and thousands of audience watching you now. Thank you very much, and we look forward to have you in person here in Saudi Arabia.
Shukran. I look forward to seeing you in person in Saudi Arabia sometime in the future as well. And I wish you all the very best with your Teachers Council and with all your other initiatives. And I congratulate ETIC for organising such a well-run conference, despite all of the challenges. Thank you, and all the very best.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you.
المؤتمر ومن يتابعوننا من خلف الشاشات. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, نرحب بكم مجددا في الجلسة الأولى لهذا اليوم بعنوان تقويم نواتج التعلم في التعليم العالي. يدير الجلسة معالي الدكتورة إيناس العيسى رئيس جامعة الأميرة نورة بنت عبد الرحمن. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you again to the first thematic session today, entitled Assessment of Learning Outcomes in Tertiary Education, moderated by Her Excellency Dr. إيناس العيسى. فلتتفضل معاليكم مشكورة. Please welcome Her Excellency.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to moderate the fourth session in this conference, and I would like to welcome the viewers joining us from all over the world. The relevance of and the role that is played by higher education in economic development cannot be undermined. And throughout the years, the assessment of learning outcomes have become an emerging topic of discussion all over the world. So it is my pleasure today to be joined by world-renowned experts that are going to talk about the differentiation and the evolution of assessment of learning outcomes around the world. We have two speakers from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Sudairi, and on his behalf, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Khrayif, will be speaking about the transformation of higher education assessment in Saudi Arabia. We have from Paris, Dr. Dirk Van Dam, head of the OECD Innovation and Measuring Progress Division. We have from Italy, Dr. Alberto Giuffli, the head of self-assessment and periodic evaluation accreditation from the Italian National Agency for the Evaluation of Universities and Research Institutes. And we have from Portugal, Dr. Pedro Teixeira, the director of the Center for Research in Higher Education Policies and professor at the Faculty of Economics at the University of Porto. And last but not least, we have Dr. Suhail Bajamal, the executive manager of the National Center of Assessment and Academic Accreditation. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker on behalf of His Excellency, the Vice Minister. We have Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Khrayif, the Deputy Minister of Education for Public Universities. He holds a PhD in Economics and Management and the Master's degree in Business Administration, both from Leeds University. Dr. Al-Khrayif currently monitors both academic and administrative policies in 28 public universities. In the past, Dr. Al-Khrayif assumed a number of roles as part of his work experience. Most recently, he served as an advisor at the Royal Court. He also worked as an executive director of the Center for Labor Market Studies. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Dr. Abdurrahman to start his presentation. تفضل دكتور.
شكرا ما عليكم، والشكر لله أولا وآخرا على أن جمعنا في هذا المؤتمر المهم والحيوي، بالذات في ظل هذه الجائحة اللي أسأل الله العظيم أن يرفعها على جميع العالم وأن تعود الحياة الطبيعية إن شاء الله في أسرع وقت. تقدم بالشكر الجزيل لسيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو سيدي ولي العهد على دعمهم ورعايتهم لمنظومة التعليم والتدريب في المملكة العربية السعودية. الشكر كذلك للزملاء في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الحيوي والمهم في ظل قيادة المملكة العربية السعودية لمجموعة أو اجتماع قمة العشرين في المملكة العربية السعودية. يعني الورقة اليوم اللي راح نقدمها راح نتكلم على المبادرات اللي تعمل عليها وزارة التعليم للنهضة وتحسين نتائج أو نواتج التعلم في التعليم العالي. لعلي أبدأ برؤية سمو سيدي ولي العهد اللي يهتم فيها ويتطلع لها أن تكون مخرجات تعليمنا في المملكة العربية السعودية قابلة للتوظف دولياً، وهذا الطموح العالي يجب أن يواكبه عدد من الجهود اللي تعمل عليها الوزارة ومنظومة التعليم والتدريب بالشراكة مع الزملاء في هيئة التقويم، تقويم التعليم والتدريب وغيرها من الجهات المهتمة بجانب التعليم والتدريب في المملكة. لعلي أبتدئ بالتعريج على أن عملية تقويم التعليم هي إحدى أهم العمليات. ظاهر العرض فيه مشكلة. لعلي أكد على عدد من القضايا في بداية هذا العرض، نأكد على أن عملية التقويم هي إحدى أو واحدة من أهم العمليات لتطوير منظومة التعليم. عندما نكون قادرين على قياس العملية التعليمية ومخرجاتها راح نكون إن شاء الله على اطلاع بالمستوى القائم الحالي، وكذلك نستطيع أن نقارنه بمستهدفاتنا وطموحنا في تطوير التعليم الجامعي أو التعليم بشكل عام. وزارة التعليم حريصة على تحسين مخرجات التعلم، لأنها واحدة من أهم المهام الملقاة على عاتق الوزارة أو على وزارات التعليم في العالم، على تقديم العملية التعليمية أو تقديم التعليم للأبناء والبنات في منظومة التعليم، سواء التعليم العام أو التعليم الجامعي. تحسين المخرجات يتطلب وضع أسس ومناهج وطرق للقياس والتقويم ومتابعة تحسينها، ولذلك هذه من الأهمية بالمكان لعرض التجارب والمبادرات اللي تعمل عليها وزارة التعليم لتقييم النتائج وزيادة جودة التعليم ومخرجات التعليم سواء في الجامعات أو في منظومة التعليم العام. حرصت الوزارة أيضا على تنفيذ أفضل طرق التقييم عن طريق دراسة البرامج الدولية المتميزة والتعاون مع الجهات ذات الخبرة في مجال التقييم والقياس. لعلي استعرض خلينا نقول مسار المبادرات اللي عملت عليها الوزارة منذ تأسيسها، لكن احنا نتكلم عن الفترة القريبة الماضية اللي عملت عليها بالشراكة مع المؤسسات الحكومية داخل المملكة العربية السعودية وكذلك المنظمات الدولية المهتمة في جانب التربية والتعليم. نتكلم عن المرحلة الأولى كانت بالشراكة مع المركز الوطني للقياس في دراسة تجريبية لمجموعة من التخصصات الهندسية لتقويم مخرجاتها. أعقبها مرحلة أخرى لدراسة 21 تخصص، وصلنا إلى 37 تخصص. اليوم خلينا نقول العملية ملقاة على عاتق الهيئة، هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. اليوم احنا في الوزارة نعمل على مشروع بالشراكة مع الجامعات لوضع اختبار نهاية البرنامج الأكاديمي واللي يسهم بإذن الله لرفع مخرجات. هذه تقريبا أهم المبادرات اللي نعمل عليها في الوزارة. يشاركنا أو بالأصح تعمل كذلك على مبادرات داعمة لرفع مستوى مخرجات منظومة التعليم. من أهمها مبادرة موائمة بين مخرجات التعليم واحتياجات سوق العمل، تبدأ بدراسة الاحتياج اللي يحتاجه سوق العمل سواء على مستوى المعارف أو على مستوى المهارات أو على مستوى الجدارات، وبالتعرف على تلك المهارات والمعارف والجدارات يمكن بناء المناهج والبرامج الأكاديمية اللي تحقق متطلبات احتياجات سوق العمل. المبادرة الأخرى هي التدريب الميداني، أو بالأصح نتكلم على التدريب اللي ينتهي به البرنامج الأكاديمي، وهذا له أهمية بمكان أن نحول المعارف والمهارات خلينا نقول النظرية اللي تعلمها الطالب والطالبة على مقاعد الدراسة بحيث يمارسها في الحياة العملية اللي تسهم في رفع مخرجات وجودة نواتج التعلم. من المبادرات أيضا الدعم المؤسسي اللي تقدمه سواء الوزارة أو ترعاه الوزارة من خلال برنامج البحث والتطوير، وهو دوره الرئيسي في تطوير المهارات والكفايات واطلاع الباحثين من أعضاء التدريس في الجامعات بالدرجة الأولى على آخر ما توصلت له العلوم والفنون اللي يعملون عليها. المبادرة الأخيرة وهي نعتبرها المبادرة الشاملة اللي نقصد فيها الجامعة الريادية واللي تركز على نقاط القوة. نتكلم على الامتيازات اللي تمتاز بها الجامعة سواء في منطقتها الجغرافية أو نتكلم على الإمكانيات اللي تحملها الجامعة في مجال التخصصات. لذلك ولله الحمد اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية عندنا مجموعة من الجامعات حددت هويتها البحثية أو هويتها العلمية، سواء في جامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل على سبيل المثال أنها مهتمة في أمننا الدوائي في المملكة العربية السعودية. جامعة الملك فيصل على سبيل المثال مهتمة بأمننا الغذائي. نتكلم عن جامعة جدة على سبيل المثال مهتمة بقضية سلاسل الإمداد وغيرها واللوجستكس. جامعة أم القرى مهتمة بجانب إدارة الحشود والحج والعمرة، وهذه من الامتيازات اللي تمتاز بها جامعاتنا. وأنا ما ودي أتكلم بالنيابة عن جامعة الأميرة نورة معالي الدكتورة اللي تحمل راية تمكين المرأة وتأهيل بناتنا وأخواتنا في من الطالبات وكذلك من قيادات المجتمع في ما يخص احتياجاتنا التنموية. المبادرة اللي نتكلم عنها في قياس المخرجات تمر بعدد من المراحل كمبادرة لقياس المخرجات التعليمية للبرامج الأكاديمية. تبدأ بإعداد المراجع أو البنش ماركس اللي تهتم فيها في مجال من الفنون، بناء المعايير لقياس مخرجات التعليم العالي، وصياغة الإطار الأولي لقياس وسائل قياس نواتج التعلم، وإعداد وكتابة الأسئلة، وانتهاء بتطبيق الاختبار التجريبي والمتابعة الدؤوبة. إذا تكلمنا عن الموائمة، عملت الوزارة على المبادرة الموائمة، يعني نفصل فيها قليلا، أن بدأت في مرحلة إجراء الدراسات المعيارية بالمقارنة بأفضل الممارسات الدولية فيما يخص موائمة مخرجات التعليم باحتياجات سوق العمل. وضعت الوزارة إطارا تشغيليا للموائمة يبدأ في نموذج كمي لدراسة العرض والطلب، تحديد التخصصات والمهارات، تحديد المهارات للتخصصات العلمية، وبناء النماذج المثالية اللي تعطى للجامعات بحيث أنها يتم الاسترشاد بها. وأخيرا نتكلم على تنفيذ النموذج الكمي، ويكون فيه تحديث دوري للجامعات باحتياجات التنموية للمملكة العربية السعودية، أو نتكلم على تحقيق رؤية سمو سيدي ولي العهد احتياجات الإقليمية والدولية. المبادرة الثانية اللي هي مبادرة الممكنة، اللي هي مبادرة التدريب التعاوني، تبدأ بأن الوزارة تعمل مع الجامعات في أن تكون كل البرامج الأكاديمية أنها تتضمن جزء من البرنامج التطبيق العملي، بحيث أنها تسهم في رفع الجودة وإدراجها في المقررات الدراسية، بحيث يكون المقرر الدراسي لا يغطي فقط الجانب العلمي، الجانب النظري، الجانب المهاري فقط، لكن نتكلم على التطبيق العملي. كذلك مشاركة مع القطاع الخاص أو القطاع الحكومي من خلال بناء خطة تدريبية واضحة للطلاب والطالبات والمشاركة، وأخيرا مشاركة الجامعات في مخرجات التجربة اللي يخوضها الطالب. بالنسبة لدعم البحث المؤسسي، يمنح فرصة مناسبة لأعضاء هيئة التدريس للبحث المتعمق، التزود في مجال من المجالات العلمية اللي يهتمون فيها، ويساعدهم في إثراء المادة العلمية اللي يقدمونها للطلاب والطالبات، ومما يسهم في تطوير المقررات. كذلك يسهم في تطوير الكادر التدريسي داخل القاعة الدراسية، وبالتالي ينعكس على تحسين مخرجات البرامج التعليمية وربطها بالمستجدات الإقليمية والدولية. بالنسبة للجامعة الريادية، هو يعزز تركيز الجامعة على قطاع معين، يساعدها على توحيد جهودها داخل الجامعة، مما يسهم بإذن الله في تطوير التعليم العالي ونتائجه. وكذلك يجعل الجامعة قادرة على دعم والتركيز على الخبراء اللي موجودين في الجامعة، مما يسهم بالنهاية على تطوير العملية التعليمية. ختاما، نأكد على قضية أن أهمية التقييم والقياس لمدى فاعلية البرامج التعليمية وتوافقها مع متطلبات سوق العمل، مع التأكيد على أن البرامج الأكاديمية يجب أن تخدم أهدافنا التنموية، ليس فقط لإخراج القدرات البشرية العاملة في سوق العمل، لكن بالإضافة إلى حل التحديات اللي تواجهها المملكة أو دول العالم. كذلك خلق عملية التبادل ومنظومة متكاملة، سواء الجامعات أو وزارة التعليم من ناحية بناء القدرات، دور هيئة التقويم والتعليم والتدريب في قياس هذه النواتج أو قياس العملية التعليمية، وكذلك شركائنا من الهيئات التخصصية سواء هيئة التخصصات الصحية أو غيرها، بحيث أنها تنعكس على مخرجات عمليتنا التعليمية. وكذلك نؤكد على أن عملية التقويم والتطوير هي عملية مستمرة للتطور، وهذا ما لدي. فشكرا لكم معالي رئيس على إتاحة هذه الفرصة.
Thank you, Dr. Abdurrahman. I'd like to remind the viewers to send their questions throughout the chat, and we will make sure that we address them all. Before I move on with the presentations, if you allow me, Dr. Al-Khrayef, you've produced a document showing the efforts, the lucrative efforts at the ministry, supporting the universities in the assessment of learning outcomes. What message do you have for the academics who are watching us today of how to utilize such data, such information? You've touched upon the exit point exams, you've touched upon the co-op training and how it relates to assessment. What would be your key message to university officials that are watching us today to utilize such data in their constant development of their academic activity?
يهمنا يمكن الرسالة الرئيسية اللي نحب نشاركها مع زملائنا قيادات الجامعات أو حتى المسؤولين داخل الجامعات، وكذلك زملائنا أعضاء هيئة التدريس، سواء اللي يهتمون بالعملية التعليمية بشكل مباشر أو الباحثين اللي موجودين في الجامعات، أن عملية التطوير وتحسين نواتج التعلم هي عملية تكاملية. دورنا في الوزارة دور مشاركة التجارب الناجحة بين الجامعات، وضع التشريعات من خلال مجلس شؤون الجامعات، لكن دور الجامعات أنها تشاركنا نواتج أو بالأصح ما تحصل عليه من تبني مثل هالمبادرات ومخرجاتها.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Abdurrahman. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Dirk Van Dam. Dr. Dirk is a senior counselor in the Directorate for Education and Skills at the OECD in Paris, and he's also the acting head of the Center for Educational Research and Innovation. I asked Dr. Dirk, how would you like to be introduced? He said, I'd like to be seen as an academic that works for governments now. So I welcome you, Dr. Dirk. Before joining the OECD, Dr. Dirk was a professor of educational research at Ghent University and visiting professor at Seton Hall University in the US, and he was a counselor for several Flemish education ministers. Dr. Dirk Van Dam also published extensively on educational quality assurance and evaluation, and was a board member and expert to various quality assurance agencies and international organizations. Dr. Dirk today is going to speak to us about assessing higher education learning outcomes from the OECD experience. Particularly, he will discuss the Collegiate Learning Assessment, CLA, developed by the Council for Aid to Education. Thank you. Dr. Dirk, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'm very pleased and honored to be part of this exciting panel and this very interesting conference. I also would like to thank the honorable first speaker for laying out so well the basic principles of evaluation and assessment in higher education. And I'm pleased to see how well the initiatives of the ministry in Saudi Arabia are advancing to meet that very important challenge. Indeed, I would like to speak to you very briefly about an initiative that we are now conducting over 5 years to implement an instrument for the assessment of generic academic skills. Maybe some of you in the audience will remember that the OECD has conducted the AHELO feasibility study between 2008 and 2013. AHELO stands for Assessing Higher Education Learning Outcomes. And it was an experiment to see whether it would be feasible to assess in a collaborative effort, but also cross-nationally, the outcomes, the learning outcomes of higher education. At the time, it was sometimes called the PISA for higher education, which was not entirely appropriate, but it indicated very well that we would like to move also the assessment of learning outcomes to higher education. Unfortunately, there was too much resistance way back in 2015, and member countries decided not to move forward with the main study, but we collaborated from 2016 onwards with the CAE in the United States because we thought that the instrument, the CLA Plus International, was a very interesting instrument for assessing generic skills. It focuses on critical thinking, problem solving, qualitative, quantitative reasoning, and written communication. And we thought it was one of the best instruments available around to focus over different subject fields on how to assess generic skills. I'm not going too much into detail on what the instrument actually is. And there is a lot of information on the website of CAE. It's basically a 90-minute assessment of generic skills on a performance task. And that's what makes it unique. It's really a task that students and graduates are asked to fulfill, which is linked to real-world challenges. And it's an open-ended question. So it's not a multiple choice test. It's an open-ended question, which allows the people who assess the response to have an indication of the critical thinking skills and the writing skills of the person. And also 25 selected response questions. So it's quite a heavy test, but it has proven over the years to have a very high predictive validity. People who score high on that test also have very much better learning, much better outcomes in the economic and the social domain, in the labor market outcomes, employability and earnings. So the predictive validity of this test is excellent. And it's also very much valued by employers as an assessment of the skills that they think are important for the 21st century economy and for the labor market. In the United States, this test is already implemented for many years. Here you see the distribution of the scores for the 2019 assessment, close to 7,000 people. And you see this quite normal distribution. So it indicates that the test really differentiates between certain levels of performance. There are people who are performing less well, and there are people who are performing very well. This chart is an interesting one because it gives you an idea of the performance of people who enter higher education institutions and people who leave higher education institutions after 3 or 4 years, the yellow bars. And you see that, as we can expect, that there is some progress in critical thinking skills when people move through higher education, but not as much as we would like to. So this is at the same time a quite worrisome graph, because we see that actually the amount that higher education institutions are contributing to the development of critical thinking skills is actually quite low. It's not as much as we would like to see it progressing. Still, and this may be a chart which is a little bit difficult to read. On the left, you have the students who are non-proficient, so who have low levels of critical thinking skills. On the right, you have students who have high levels of, who are proficient in critical thinking. And you have some differentiation according to the ethnicity of students, but also to the kind of institutions that they have been enrolled in. Competitive means the highly selective US universities. Non-competitive means the community colleges or universities who have no entry qualifications, actually. And you see that especially among Afro-Americans, you have students mostly enrolled in non-competitive institutions, but who are really proficient in critical thinking. So there is a kind of untapped talent pool among sections of the population in the United States, which are not well served by the competitive higher education system, which relies so much on branding. If you have a degree from Harvard or Yale or Stanford, you can be sure that you have a decent job and you have high earnings. That's not the case for non-competitive institutions. Still, there are many people, especially from marginalized ethnicity, who are critical thinkers and who are not having this benefit of a brand of a very competitive institution. So applying this test shows employers that there is actually a talent pool which is not yet tapped on and that they can benefit from in the future. So based on the experiences in the United States, we moved to experimental implementation of this test in many other countries. We have some small scale experiments done in Germany, in England. And the first national implementation is, and that's actually the work of one of the other speakers, Alberto, on this panel. He was very instrumental and helpful in getting this project forward at the time. but the TECO project was actually built around on the basis of the CLA Plus instrument. We have had developments in Latin America, and a major breakthrough was last year when Finland decided to do a nationwide study, so implementing almost all higher education institutions. And that study is now close to be finalized. Unfortunately, I cannot show you the data, but I give you a few details later on. We are now moving forward, but of course we are a little bit handicapped because of the COVID-19 crisis, but we are discussing implementation in the Emirates, and we are all discussing future proposals for implementation in Hungary, Ukraine, and other countries. We have an annual meeting at the OECD every year where the participating and the interested countries join. And should Saudi Arabia be interested in this kind of initiative, of course, you are very welcome to join that meeting, even if you not have decided yet to participate in this international endeavor. There are many challenges around. I will not give you a very promising selling pitch because it's not an easy exercise. There are many objections, and specifically from universities. It's maybe painful to say, but universities don't like to be assessed. And that's not unique to a certain country or a certain region in the world. I think it's quite universal. I personally have received many letters from university presidents saying we don't want to be assessed like you do in PISA, etc. So many objections coming from the academic community. Of course, the implementation also has its challenges. The student participation is voluntary. We try to incentivize, to motivate students through, for example, badges. In Finland, they have provided students who participated and who were successful in the test with a badge, which is recognized by employers. And that seems to have a very high impact on response rates. There are all kinds of methodological issues. Critical thinking assessment is not the easiest thing to do. It's much easier to just test literacy and numeracy as we do in PISA, but critical thinking is, of course, a much more complicated thing to test. We are now advancing very much on the coding of the open responses through artificial intelligence supporting automated coding systems. This is very much in its infancy, but it's very, very much promising. And we are also moving now to complete online testing. So there are many challenges, but all the challenges, yeah, we can overcome them. We are quite confident. Few words on the Finnish project. So 11 out of 14 universities and 7 out of 22 universities of applied sciences, which are the polytechnics sector, they have been participating, but they have participated on the condition that the government would not make any comparison between the institutions. And that's something which is perfectly understandable. The idea is not to have a ranking of institutions. The idea is for the OECD is not to have a ranking of countries like we do in. That's not the purpose. It's just to give students the opportunity to show themselves the proficiency in critical thinking, and for employers to have an idea of the level of proficiency in the graduate population. So the computer-based test was 2 hours, 15 minutes and was implemented for the first year students and for the third year students who would leave the undergraduate classes. Voluntary participation, so the participation rate is not extremely high, and of course we have to look into all kinds of participation biases and selectivity in the response rate. But we have now data for close to 2,500 students, which is actually very, very meaningful. And those students who participated were very positive about the test and the results that they that they had. So each participating student has received their individual results. They have received a badge if they have been successful. The institutions themselves receive a confidential benchmarking report, comparing their own results with those of other institutions in Finland and a sample of comparable US and UK institutions. And now the team is busy drafting the national analytical report. And we have plans for a joint conference with our Finnish colleagues and friends early next year. So concluding, we think that this kind of exercise provides enormously interesting analytical opportunities. So we are now thinking of preparing a volume where we bring together the different national data sets and see how we can make sense out of all these data. The response rates are still on the low side, but we have enough background variables to correct them. We think that there is a lot of very interesting analysis to be done on the impact of background, family background, of course, the secondary education that has been followed, some effects of field of study, institutions, etc., etc. What next? So we have new projects coming up in Latin America and in the Emirates, as I mentioned. There is also interest in some Asian countries that we have to explore. As I mentioned, we are preparing a report to be published next year on the first 5 years, and based on all the data that we have. And we hope to maybe in the future to have the backing of OECD member countries on a proposal to expand and further develop this work in the future. I will stop here. I hope I've given you some appetite in this initiative. If you are interested, don't hesitate to contact myself or the colleagues at the OECD. And I'm very grateful for your attention. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dirk. I think you've raised some very interesting points. I'd like to remind the viewers again to send their questions over the chat, but Dr. Dirk, I can't move on with the presentations before I ask you a question. You've mentioned the challenges that you're facing now and the resistance that you get from academics that this tool is not used to rank universities or to be used to compare and contrast. Does that mean the interpretation of the results and the validity of the results is still not well established? Because we should be using this exercise to drive change in universities. So in your experience, the tool exists, the exercise has been practiced in different countries. I think there's enough strength and knowledge, expertise in the area to interpret these results. And I think the graph that you put forward where the reputation of the university does not really correlate with the outcomes of this assessment tool. So if you can just comment on this academic resistance and the interpretation of the results. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I could fill another hour in answering that question. From a purely technical point of view, I think the validity and the reliability of the instrument is great, given the fact that critical thinking is a rather complicated construct. Much more complicated than just testing literacy and numeracy. So critical thinking is a complicated concept, but I think the CLA Plus instrument, more so than competitors in this field, and there are some other very interesting experiments. I don't think anyone should have the monopoly on whatever instrument. So there is some competition between instruments, and that's good. But I think the technical qualities of the CLA Plus International, the latest version, because there has been a lot of improvement over the years, is good, close to excellent. I think the resistance of academics, and I'm an academic myself, and I very much understand some of the arguments that are used. I think some of the other arguments are less appropriate. I think they mainly fear to be ranked because there are so many experiences with the international rankings that we see. I think we have to understand and recognize and value that criticism. And we have always said from the early beginning, the analogy with something like PISA for higher education is not adequate because we don't want to rank countries or institutions. At the same time, the results of the CLA Plus experiments indicate a very, very important general problem. The assessment by universities, which is mainly based on field of study assessments, so subject method assessments, does not provide an excellent picture on how well students are doing on the skills that employers value so much. So the discussion between employers and universities is on the international level is becoming sharper. And some employers say, well, we don't trust the assessments by universities anymore. There are many big companies, and there is a website actually which is listing the companies, the international companies who don't use degrees anymore to differentiate between applicants for a job. Arthur Andersen, Ernst & Young, some Googles and Facebooks, etc. They are all listed on that website, and they have publicly said, look, for us, university degrees are no longer an interesting measure to decide whether an applicant is fit for this or that job, even a highly qualified job. And they are now moving to assessing candidates themselves. I think this is raising a couple of very interesting questions for universities. There is a real problem of trust in university assessments. And we think that something which is very close to academic assessment, like the CLA Plus International, it's not a commercial company. It's not someone. It's a little bit in between academia and the, let's say, the employer's world. I think this kind of assessment could easily bridge the gap that is now emerging between universities and employers. And it is focusing on one of the critically important skills that employers are identifying, which is critical thinking. And every university will say, we try to promote critical thinking, but they don't know whether they are successful in that. They don't have instruments. When I was an academic, I was not testing students or graduates for their academic critical thinking. I was assessing paperwork. Maybe there was an element of critical thinking that I implemented in my own assessment practice, but this is completely unreliable. It's not in that way that universities will convince the outside world that they actually are promoting critical thinking. So that's why I have such a strong belief in that kind of assessment. I personally would not like to see the whole area of assessment moving to the employer side. I think that would be really an essential problem for universities if they lose the assessment. And that's going on now. I think that's going on in the United States. It's going on in Europe. And there are many associated developments like micro-credentials and all kinds of other new developments in the area of assessment. You see that universities are losing the struggle to have assessment within their own boundaries. And I think that's really a very important development, and they should be much more concerned instead of just opposing any initiative, because they are not just opposing CLA Plus, they are also opposing many other developments in the assessment fields, which is not perceived to be out of academia. Absolutely. I'm sorry, I'm speaking too long, but this is a topic which is going very much to my heart, and that's why
I assure you, you've presented the CLA Plus to be the new disruption in the assessment. And as a university president, I have the appetite now to actually try the tool myself in my university. So thank you very much, Dr. Van Dam. It is also my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Alberto Ciuffeli. Dr. Alberto is the head of self-assessment, periodic evaluation, and accreditation at the Italian National Agency for the Evaluation of Universities and Research Institutes. In Italy, he graduated in biology and has a PhD in morphogenetic science and cell biology. In the Italian QA agency, he worked on the first research quality assessment exercise, then as an evaluation expert for higher education institutions. Dr. Ciuffeli has direct experience in the development of public policies in the field of higher education and an in-depth knowledge of quality assurance system. Today, he's speaking to us about the higher education assessment in Italy. Welcome, Dr. Ciuffeli. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you all. Good afternoon, everybody. I really thank you, the organizers, for inviting me, and I hope I could contribute to the discussion, giving you a picture of what the higher education external assessment system works in Italy from the point of view of the Italian National Evaluation Agency. So I'm sharing my presentation now. I hope you can see it clearly.
Clear.
I have sent a presentation, a bit longer presentation, because it was important for me to give the whole picture of what is the agency doing in Italy. And in particular, I have to say that the National Agency for the Evaluation of University and Research Institutes, that I will call ANVO for being to be brief, it's an independent public body. So we have the task to oversee the national higher education system, and we have the primary objective to enhance its overall quality. So it is about assessing for the enhancement of the overall quality of our national higher education system. And we are doing a lot of different evaluations and assessment procedures that span the full range of activities of the universities. So I'm talking about teaching and learning, the research, third mission, or so-called the social dimension related activities, and administrative performance also. And we are using for this assessment both output and process evaluation methodologies. So we are trying to integrate these different methodologies and different aspects that can give the complete view of the activities that are carried out by universities. Here I show you some examples. As you can see, we have different logos for different evaluation and assessment activities we are carrying as an agency. There is also the TECO test that Dirk was saying before. So we have an output evaluation for research products, for example, and this is integrated with the third mission assessment procedures. We have the more, let's say, quality assurance related activities. These are results guided process evaluations. And also we have the learning outcome measurements. I have to say it is more a measure than a complete assessment, and then we can discuss further in the next slides. For the teaching and learning outputs, we also do a process evaluation related to administrative performance that for each public university. And this is really helping the universities to improve themselves and improve their internal systems. So To make it short, I will, due to the timing for the presentation, I would focus on the aspects that are more, let's say, experimental, or that in a way could be more innovative, related to the activities that other agencies around Europe are carrying out as a quality assurance agency, for example. So I would like to say two things about the social dimension. This is a really important aspect, and it's really a challenge for our activities as an agency, just because, starting from the fact that this is a concept that it's still very open, it's hard to identify, and thus it's hard to find a way to understand it and then assessing it. Here you can find in this slide some examples of what we could see as a third mission related activities from carried out by a university. It's about research, but it's also about production of public goods. And in Italy, we started to work on that by integrating some of these aspects in the national external QA system. So we identified some requisites and indicators that are then integrated in the system that we use for the accreditation of higher education institution and study programs. This is something that is really interesting also from the side of universities, because it allows them to really present nationally what they are doing, what is their idea of third mission, and what they are really investing on in order to have a stronger impact on their environment and at the national and international level. At the same time, this is an aspect that is still considered third compared to the other dimensions, so it does not receive the equal attention in terms of monitoring and the improvement of quality assurance system. So it's still something that it's growing, but at the same time, it does not have the adequate space yet. Of course, this is also due to the fact that there is a lack of proper incentive structures at the institutional, national, and also European level. And there's also the, let's say, academic resistance that is always something to take care of in each assessment procedure. From our point of view, the critical points are, of course, to find a shared definition between all the institutions of these social dimension activities, to then identify which could be the sources, the documental sources, and the data we as an agency could use for the assessment of these activities. We have to take into account that we are assessing universities that are in very different regions in the country, and so we are facing different contexts. And last but not least, there's really a need of expertise to assess this kind of activities. And it's not so simple to find experts to be used for the peer review these activities. I will then go to the principal theme of this session. So what about the assessment of learning outcomes in higher education? Here I've taken a slide from the OECD 2017. For what I heard in the beginning of this conference, I understand that everyone agree about the importance and the relevance of knowing and assessing the outcomes of higher education graduates, also for the labor market. So I will just go straight and talk about what is our agency doing in these experimental building of a tool that could be used to measure the learning outcomes of university students. It's called the TECO. It's a test that is used to measure generic skills. So it's called TECO-T. And these skills are those developed during the university career, regardless of their specific studies. So can be compared between different programs. And also the disciplinary skills that are strictly linked to the specific contents of the programs, and then can therefore be compared only with programs with similar core contents. And we are measuring these learning outcomes at the end of the bachelor's programs as of now. So students that are concluding their bachelor programs. In the last years, we started to measure the learning outcomes also of students that are enrolled in the first and in the second year, to identify and to find out if really there's an added value of attempting a university program for the development of generic skills, and also we are of course expecting an strong development of disciplinary skills. We are using to build up this test a different approach, top-down approach for the generic skills test. So it's the agency with the help of a working group that is made of professors from all around universities all around the country, to identify and build up the test. While for the different disciplinary tests, we are using a bottom-up approach. So it's the academia that is organizing with the support of the agency, of course, to build working groups and create the TECO-D for different disciplines. Is the list of some of the features of these tests we are delivering in Italy. The participation is voluntary for universities, for study programs within participating universities, and for students. So it's still experimental, we can say. This is delivered online in a controlled environment, and is made up only of selected response questions. This is important for us because we need to make an automated scoring in order to have and give a very quick feedback to universities and to students. So we had to take off the written part that Dirk was talking about when talking about the CLA Plus. We are then, as an agency, calculating the results with the ERT model. It's a statistical model for each part of the test. And most importantly, we are not using the result to make rankings or to affect the student's career. So I wrote, results do not affect neither student's career nor teachers, because I have to confirm it is important to clarify that these results are not used to make rankings or to judge the work of professors. I construct this table while Dirk was talking very rapidly to show how in the different years we are increasing the participation of universities and students in Italy to the TECO test, and also how we are developing the different generic skills. So as you can see, in the first year, we delivered the literacy and numeracy part of the test. And we started this year with the problem solving and also civics, that could also be seen as citizenship skills in the generic skill test. While for the different disciplinary tests, those are increasing in numbers. So we are more and more working groups from the academia that are constructing and validating the disciplinary test.
Dr. Chopli, just a reminder of the time, please.
Yeah, thank you.
3 minutes, please.
Yeah. The TECO results are made available to all attending students and also to all the study programs coordinators. So it is important to understand that the reason why we are doing this test, it's first of all to give the study program coordinators the possibility to understand if there is something that is going well or if there are some problems, and so rethink and reorganize study programs accordingly. And this is also contribute to the analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of this disciplinary training. So we are encouraging the use of evidence-based strategies for higher education improvement with use of this tool. My conclusion, I'm not giving answer, but instead I'm raising questions for the discussion to be. Here I put some of the threats that we are aware of for all the assessment activities we are carrying on in Italy. Bureaucratization, it's a common element, and also an important thing to underline is the inconsistency between outcomes indicator and process-based evaluation. And this is due to the fact that we are using different approaches, and sometimes the same university performs well from a side and not from the other. And this is not so simple to explain. Outputs and outcomes depends on multiple inputs. And so this could be detectable and also described at various levels. The comparison of programs, departments, institutions, so the possible comparison of result, it's not always possible, and in most of the cases it's not always useful, and also the fact that quality is expensive. So we are carrying out a lot of activities, and we and also the higher education system in Italy, it's not so well fulfilled, let's say, with public resources. I will conclude with an international perspective. It is important from the agency point of view to participate to a lot of activities internationally, because this is giving us the opportunity to develop and share the framework of our activity, of our assessment activities, to continuously improve ourselves and continuously improve what is the higher education area that is developing very fast in Europe. There are other important issues to be addressed that we already know, but we still don't know how to address correctly and effectively the assessment. And this is about the international joint degrees, European universities that are more or less university alliances around Europe. What about micro-credential, online education? So this is really a challenge for our activities as an agency. And also the COVID-19 disease gives us other opportunities, because this was something that was able to show at the country level some weaknesses, but also open to many innovation opportunities. And so we as an agency can play an important role in offering guidelines to the higher education institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Alberto Giuffoli, for a very informative session. Thank you for sharing the experience from Italy. I've received a number of questions on the chat, so I'll save the discussion till the end of our presentations. It is my pleasure now to introduce my colleague, Dr. Suhail Bajamal. He's the Executive Manager and at the National Center of Assessment and Academic Accreditation. Dr. Suhail is an academic and orthopedic spine surgeon. He completed his orthopedic training at McMaster University. He also obtained a master's degree in health research methodology and his fellowship training from the University of Calgary. Besides his clinical career, Dr. Suhail has held many multiple leadership positions in academia, such as the Vice Dean for Academic Development, the Vice Dean for Research, the Director of the Medical Research Center, and he also launched many initiatives for patient safety, patient experience, such as establishing the Saudi Spine Society in 2014. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Suhail to present the transformation of academic accreditation in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، شكرا جزيلا على دعوة اللجنة العلمية لمشاركتي في هذا المؤتمر. استأذنكم صاحب المعالي في التحديث باللغة الإنجليزية، كما بلغوني الزملاء حوالي 60% من الحضور في هذه الجلسة هم من خارج المملكة. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great honor to present this journey, I would say, on academic accreditation transformation in Saudi Arabia. The National Center for Academic Accreditation and Evaluation, we are the only entity in Saudi Arabia who is responsible for accrediting all higher education institutions. We are part of the Education and Training Evaluation Commission, the great institution that consists of more than 4 other centers responsible for the whole K-12 as well as vocational training. So with this background, I would like to briefly go over our journey in transformation that started early this year with the exceptional situation with the COVID-19 and all the challenges. We are truly honored to have the EDIC, the Education, Training, Evaluation Commission, as an independent entity reporting directly to the Prime Minister. That gives the EDIC the independency in evaluation and assessment. So we'll start with the presentation. الزملاء الحاضرين باللغة العربية بإمكانهم تنزيل البرنامج العرض باللغة العربية وكذلك السماع للغة العربية في قناة الموقع. سنتحدث we'll talk briefly on the global higher education challenges. What are the challenges that shared by many countries, including Saudi Arabia? We'll go over the journey briefly of the academic accreditation transformation. I will focus specifically on certain transformation projects related to learning outcomes, as it is the topic of this theme. These are some of the challenges that, interestingly, I've heard being repeated this morning as well as yesterday. I think it's a challenge that all countries at different levels are facing. There are the academic mobility concern, the cross-border education concern, the whole teaching and learning philosophy and strategies are evolving, and we really need to keep up with whether as a quality assurance agency or as institutions providing these services. Industry 4.0 is another challenge that we, as higher education institutions and quality assurance, we need to be preparing our graduates for, as well as we as institutions need to be aligned with these Industry 4.0 concepts. Even quality is changing. We're calling it the Quality 4.0. People immediately think it's data, and it is truly data, but the concept of connected leadership, the competency, collaboration, all of these, the processes, the big data analytics, all of these are actually implemented in the new organizational structure of the Education and Training Evaluation Commission. It's basically a reflection of the Quality 4.0. Many of the big data and the connectivity and the scalability, these are some of the projects that we started doing with the help of the Digital Transformation Department in the institution. There is always balance, that it's a fine balance between having to provide increased access to students and increased demands, and ensuring that the quality of graduates are of top quality. The balance between issues with financial concerns and maintaining and improving the quality of teaching and learning. We always have that debate between academia and industry, the debate between academic and applied research, the efficiency and effectiveness and its implication on the financial aspects and the quality aspects of higher education processes. There is always that balance between local needs, local demands, and international profile and international needs and demands. So it is a tough job for healthcare institutions. It is as well a tough job for us to enable the higher education institutions to succeed. This is in a very brief the story of the National Academic Accreditation in Saudi Arabia. It started in 2004. It went through different phases, I would say, of maturity. In the second phase, supporting institution, there was more of capacity building across different institutions in the country. And then the real accreditation visit started in 2010. There were a round of improvement of the processes, the standards, the many aspects of improvement done. But what we are doing this year is actually lots of transformative actions and transformative move to change the academic accreditation, as I will briefly discuss in a minute. These are, I would say, only the strategic direction for transformation as they relate to learning outcomes. 2020 is different from 2004. We have 16 years. The maturity of the quality assurance in Saudi Arabia has changed. So we really need to think differently, to move differently. We move towards supporting excellence and continuous improvement, moving from process-based to outcome-based accreditation. And you will see that in our projects as it will be evidence how we are moving from process to outcome-based. We are focusing a lot on spreading and promoting culture at the national ecosystem. And when I say the ecosystem, it's not only the higher education institutions, it's the professional societies, the professional associations. They are all part of the industry, the labor market. They're all part of the national ecosystem, and as well as aligning with international trends. This slide basically summarizes the perspective or the philosophy, how we're moving from a very generic programmatic accreditation to an integrated discipline-specific accreditation with the discipline-specific learning outcomes. We're moving from a one-size-fits-all. It's always people saying, what are the forms that we are using to apply for quality assurance? Quality is not about forms. Quality is about really we as a quality assurance need to be flexible and adaptive according to the maturity and the institution type and the mission of that institution. We're moving from a traditional accreditation to a smart, digital, risk-based, predictive. So we are basically data-driven academic accreditation, focusing on input. We're moving into outcome focus. We are again focusing on the culture a lot, and most of our standards, most of our activities are focusing on these areas. We don't believe in centralized decision and management. We believe in partnership. Most of our efforts, most of these projects that you'll be hearing have been discussed, have been exchanged with our colleagues in the universities, and even our governance, even our model of taking decision in academic accreditation, it's done through a very innovative accreditation model that I will show you in a second. It's never a single model fits all. It really needs to be an ecosystem focused with a balance between academia and professional societies and the market. This is a brief outlook. I'm aware of the time. We have a background of the continuous evaluation as the background of all what we are doing. This is we're keeping it as the back end of all of our processes. And then we have at the bottom of this ecosystem, we have the institutional accreditation and universities, and we are introducing a new component of building block, which is the cross-border accreditation. We are adding a new process, which is the provisional accreditation, and soon, in a couple of months, inshallah, the risk-based accreditation. We are adding, contemplating with the board of directors of ETIC to add a new building block, which is the institutional accreditation for colleges. This has been approved by the board of the director that we will be licensing international entities, international accreditation agencies. And the reason for that is we really want, whether the national entities or the international entities, we really want them to be emphasizing on learning outcomes. We want them to be market sensitive, to the local market is sensitive. It's not just about having a certificate from any international entities. And that's why we have lots of support from leading international agencies, because this is in alignment of what they're doing of their core business. These are, currently we have the undergraduate, the postgraduate, as well as the e-learning accreditation standards. But this is eventually, we are in the process of delegating or licensing these entities to professional bodies like the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties, the Saudi Council of Engineers, the Saudi Council of Accountants, and the rest of the professional engineers. Now, if you look at this, these are all vertically oriented. So it goes into a program or it goes into an institution. It goes really into the depth detail of the institutions. So what we have recognized that we really need to integrate all of these data through the ranking system. So we, inshallah, in a couple of months, inshallah, we will be announcing the Saudi universities ranking. We started collecting the data. Initially, it will be ranking for universities, and it will be basically, I will go through that in a slide. It will address and it will be focused on learning outcomes to a high degree. And this will this basically will complement the vertically oriented accreditation with the horizontally oriented ranking as well as evaluation systems. These are some of the dimensions. I'm not going to go through them, but basically it's very detailed plan on, we are adding new types of accreditation types. We have improved our processes quite a lot to make them really efficient. We did lots of process re-engineering. We're working with our colleague in the digital transformation to help us really go digital with the data warehouses. We're working on our standards according to international best practices. Our reviewers, we did the administration of training did a great job in doing lots of online and e-learning for our reviewers, and even they're going through the licensing. We're moving towards discipline-specific reviewing development. The governance, I will talk to that in a slide in a minute. We are investing a lot in communicating and improving our network with universities and colleges, and building really a customer relationship management, having a direct communication with the faculty and students and the community. These are brief examples. In each one of them, very briefly, in one slide, I will talk about what have we done for the accreditation standards. In 2004 to 2018, it was identical. The institutional and programmatic accreditation were identical, but in 2018 they were more specific for the programs accreditation. There were lots of process re-engineering done. There were new substandard on teaching and learning. Now in 2020, we are doing a transformation. We kicked off a transformation. We introduced the concept of provisional accreditation. We released and announced the e-learning and distance education standards. We kicked off a couple of weeks ago the key learning outcomes project. And as I mentioned, we are planning the risk-based accreditation. For the e-learning, we are working in harmony with the national e-learning system. They are doing the licensing aspect of the e-learning and distance education. And we are, as the National Center for Academic Accreditation, we will be doing the provisional accreditation and later on the programmatic accreditation. As far as it goes in the governance, on the left hand of the screen, you see the normal processes that we had till a couple of weeks ago, where in our visits, you will have an external review done by an independent team, a review panel who are really trained and they are independent from the NCAA. And then these reports are reviewed by an independent accreditation advisory committee. And then it comes to the executive director to sign these reports. But even with this model, we felt that in order to make it really more learning outcomes oriented, in order to engage the professional societies, in order to engage the market more, we have moved and we have changed and we have established discipline-specific accreditation council, where these councils, we have 5 of them initially, the health sciences, engineering, Arabic and Islamic, and humanities. And these councils basically will take the responsibility gradually into really taking over the responsibility in this discipline under the regulatory function of the NCAA and ETIC. The fourth point that we are really proud of launching with the help of the administration of standards. We have an independent administration here under ETIC. And the whole goal of this key learning outcomes project is really to make discipline-specific accreditation visits, whether it's engineering, health sciences. It will help in selecting appropriate teaching models in the future. It will help in crossing that gap between academia and the labor market. It will help as a reference, as a national reference for exit exams and professional exams. So it will be an important cornerstone in future development for learning outcomes. The fifth point that we are really proud of is the Saudi universities ranking. As you can see here, a large percentage of these metrics or indices are based on objective learning outcomes oriented, whether it's the educational outcomes, the independent standardized exams, which, as I mentioned in my introduction, independent standardized exams need to be done by independent entities rather than by the universities themselves. We have, the employability. We are taking that into consideration, and I'd really like to thank all the national government entities who really helped us and collaborated with us in providing these data. Almost everyone who we knocked their doors, they were very supportive in helping in this very ambitious national program. This is the last slide. In addition to what I have mentioned of the academic accreditation, which is vertically, and the ranking, which is horizontally, cross-sectionally across the whole country, these evaluation studies are usually assigned to ETIC or to the NCAA by the Royal Court. These are some examples: evaluation of the preparatory year, evaluation of the learning quality in private institutes. We have completed these and submitted the reports to the Royal Court. And we have ongoing studies that we just started, like the quality of engineering education. It's a very high-level cross-sectional study. We will start soon on the quality of learning outcomes in private health sciences colleges. So I hope that I've covered these topics in 15 minutes and 45 seconds. We have talked about the higher education challenges and trends, overview of the transformation. And I would truly say, this is my last slide, definitely. This is my thank you slide. It's thank you for the 68 institutions who has always, they have been always very supportive of all of our challenges, all of our new initiatives. They will give us very neutral suggestions of improvement, and they will be very welcoming in accepting these new ideas. So a big thank you to all the 68 higher education institutions, and thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Dr. Suhail. I think you've raised two very important points for discussion. You've given an excellent overview of the transformation that's taking place in Saudi Arabia, but you've raised two very controversial key points that we will discuss later. One is this balance between job market and employability-driven accreditation versus the academic assessment. And I think our previous speakers have also alluded to that, and the accreditation and ranking. So we'll come back to this. All 68 institutions will have very strong point of views about these two points. But now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Pedro Teixeira. Dr. Pedro is the director of the Center for Research in Higher Education Policies and professor at the Faculty of Economics at the University of Porto. Dr. Pedro has served as an advisor on higher education and science to the President of Portugal, and he was the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs at the University of Porto, and was also a member of Portugal's National Council of Education. Dr. Pedro served on the evaluation panels for the European University Association, the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. He's also a member at the Consortium of Higher Education Researchers and a research fellow at the Institute for the Study of Labor. Today, Dr. Pedro is talking about diversity and differentiation in higher education. Welcome, Dr. Pedro. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it is really a pleasure for me to participate. I'm very grateful for the invitation and for the opportunity to share with you some of the work. I hope that you are listening me. The listening is okay.
It's clear. Very
okay,
clear.
Thank you very much. And I will now the presentation. So what I'm trying to do, I probably will not go into detail in some of the slides, but I will share them with you. So and you'll have my contact at the end. So in case you are interested in some of the aspects or you want to discuss further, if we don't have time and then in the session, then I'll be happy to be contacted. But what I'll try to share with you in the few minutes that I have is the result of a joint experience that I find that is very useful and very interesting, which is, on the one hand, I've been interested for many years in the changes in the landscape in higher education, and with the emergence of private providers and the multiple combinations of public and private providers in higher education. And at the same time, I've been involved, as you've mentioned, for many years in the review and evaluation of universities and quite a few of private universities, and also the review of systems of quality assurance that have to deal both with public and private providers. And I think for me, one of the aspects that has been very interesting in bringing together these two experiences is how to address the issue of diversity in higher education. So for a long time, we have been discussing in higher education the importance of having a more diverse supply. One of the things that I think, one of the rationales that is, I think, very central to the discussion that we're having today, and that is related to some of the things that my colleagues in the panel have already presented, is that you want to encourage the articulation between higher education and society, higher education and the labor market. You want institutions to be responsive to the needs of society in many different ways. So you want to encourage institutions to find different paths, different ways, different approaches to fulfill and satisfy those needs. And there is a long-standing debate in higher education about how to encourage how to encourage greater diversity in higher education, and the expectation also that by the emergence of private higher education, that this would contribute to a wider choice among students and also among employers regarding the profiles of graduates. One of the things that I've also found interesting is that in a lot of the literature that we have, more academic literature in diversity in higher education, quite often diversity is seen as a tool in itself, as an end in itself, and not so much as an instrument. And in previous work, I was interested in trying to assess not only diversity for its own sake, but also the impact of this diversity through several ways. So not only in terms of program diversity, which is probably the central aspect of the discussion today, but also in even the impact in terms of the learning outcomes can be operated not only in terms of the profile of the program, but in different ways. In the profile, for instance, of the academic staff, that can have an impact in terms of the learning outcomes, in the delivery process. And of course, one of the things that has become more crucial in recent months is distance learning, but this has been around for many years. So there are many ways through which higher education institutions can promote this diversity. And as I mentioned, there was this expectation that private providers would bring greater diversity to the system. And in initial research that I've done with colleagues some years ago, we start finding that actually the results were a bit contradictory to these expectations. So we found that quite often in many countries, private education behaved in a way that was trying to emulate what was the behavior of public institutions that were more longly established, and that therefore, in a way to build a reputation, they would tend to emulate providers that already exist in the system. Also, because of competition, they tended to imitate and to produce programs that were successful. So we found less diversity than expected, and that public and private systems, instead of being complementary to each other, they ended quite often to overlap, quite often in terms of regions, in terms of types of programs. And so for us, it has been interesting, and we've been trying to explore how different and how similar public and private systems, how much do they contribute to this diversity and to a diverse system of higher education. So what I will present just briefly is an overview of patterns that we found in higher education. In many ways, the patterns that I will identify here can be found in other regions, but I will just highlight results from European higher education because the ones that I know better in terms of the empirical data, and because I've participated also in several comparative projects that looked at that tried to build a database of European higher education institutions. So the questions that I was interested when I explored this data was, really how different are public and private institutions? How much are they specialized or comprehensive? In which areas do they tend to specialize, if they specialize? How is the balance between different missions, namely between education, teaching, and research? And what about the geographical coverage of both public and private higher education? And one thing that we immediately find when we look at these two sectors in many systems is that normally public institutions tend to be larger than, on average, than private institutions. And that has quite a logical implication in terms of the profile. So public institutions tend to be more comprehensive. They tend to focus on different levels of education, different levels of higher education, meaning bachelor, master, and PhD. So they tend to cover the full range of programs. They also tend to cover more disciplines. And whereas private institutions tend to be smaller on average, they tend to be more specialized. And they also quite often tend to focus on the first level, the first cycle, let's say the bachelor degree, sometimes master level, but much less in terms of the doctoral level. And when we look in terms of the regional, the geographical coverage of the regional diversification, you see on your left-hand side the coverage in terms of public institutions across Europe, and then on your right-hand side the coverage in terms of private institutions. And I think, visually, immediately you see that whereas in the public sector tends to cover almost all regions. So in all regions you will find public supply of higher education. In many countries we see that the private sector has a much more concentrated pattern in terms of its geographical coverage. And this pattern of concentration is also when we look in terms of the number of educational fields, and using the traditional distribution by educational fields, we see that on average, public institutions in Europe tend to cover, if not all the areas, most of the areas. So in many systems, on average, public institutions cover 7 out of 8 or 6 out of 8 education fields. So they tend to be more generalist institutions, whereas the private institutions tend to be much more specialized. On average, quite often they cover only 1 or 2 of these large educational fields that we normally use in international comparisons. And when we try to systematize this, and especially when we try to capture this degree of specialization by the size of the institutions, by their enrollments, we see that for systems that have sizable public and private higher education sector in their system, we see that the private sector is really much more concentrated, much more specialized, much less diverse than the public sector, And that means that we're talking about two sectors that have different profiles and different challenges. So I will not highlight more than what I've just said. One of the things that is also very important is that the profile in terms of areas of specialization is also very specific in the private sector. The private sector tends to be much more focused on social science, business, law, and much less in terms of science, engineering, and humanities. So the private sector is much more specialized in areas that have strong demand, strong student demand, and strong labor market demand, and tends to avoid those education sectors or those educational fields that are more expensive, that are more risky, and where the demand is also smaller. And the other thing that I think is also important when we discuss about accreditation quality assurance in this combined public-private systems is that the profile is also different. As I said, the emphasis in terms of the private sector is much more in terms of teaching and education and much less in terms of research. This also is related to the disciplinary profile. So quite often the emphasis in law, business, economics, management, social science, where the research intensity, where the resources allocated to research, the visibility of research, it's much smaller than if we go to hard sciences, to technological areas, or to the health sciences. But also has to do with the profile of their staff. So quite often in private institutions, we find a much stronger presence of part-time staff, either because they share their time between public and private institutions, but also they share their time between their contribution to universities and their professional activities. Quite often this is explicitly intended by private institutions because they want to strengthen the link with professional activity, with practice, with the labor market. But this also means that this quite often is a professional, is an academic staff that is less qualified in terms of academic degrees, so a lower share of academic staff with a PhD, and also that their engagement with institutions, especially with research activities, also much smaller. So we have a profile of institutions that is clearly different between the public and private sector. Of course, some of these has to do with the average size of the institutions in the public and the private sector. Some of these has to do with the level of maturity of the private sector that is much smaller. So one could say that, well, once the private sector becomes more consolidated, probably it will also build a more significant presence in terms of research. But what we have seen a size of the old private sector is that still there is a different profile that persists. So in the time that I have left, and I think I only have a few minutes left, I would like really to draw the implications of these in terms of quality assurance. I really don't want to provide answers. I'm much more concerned in terms of raising issues based on the experience that I've had in discussing this with universities, discussing with this with agencies dealing with this, and especially the big challenge is, on the one hand, if you look at the declarations of policymakers, of leaders of institutions, leaders of agencies, quite often they emphasize the importance of diversity in higher education. But the problem is how to draw the implications of this and how to be consequential with this when you look at the way quality assurance and accreditation is implemented. And one of the things that I think it's important to discuss is what types of diversity do you want to encourage? What types of diversity do you think there is important to exist in higher education? How much do you want to encourage program diversity? How much do you encourage diversity in terms of curriculum? How much do you want to encourage diversity in terms of the professional versus more academic emphasis, even in the same discipline? So the question of it's not so much the differences between disciplines, but also even in each discipline, let's say in engineering, in economics, in health, in law, you may have programs, you may have a coexistence of programs that have more, they're more academically oriented and programs that are more professional oriented. This may result, because the profile of the program, the profile of the academic staff teaching the program is different. How much freedom do you want to allow the institutions to do this? How much do you want to allow programs to exist in institutions that have a very limited engagement in terms of research? What are the risks of allowing this? But at the same time, or looking on the other side, how much can you impose an emphasis on research, especially in fundamental research, in institutions that are very much dependent on the tuition fees paid by the students? How much, in many ways, in many cases, those private institutions are not entitled or are not competitive to access research funding. So it will be very difficult for them to have a strong presence and a strong commitment to research. The financial viability of having a permanent staff will be questionable in many of these cases because of the size of the institution. It won't be viable. So where do you want to draw the line between what is acceptable and what is not acceptable in terms of research? And how much do you want to emphasize a balance between fundamental research and applied research, both in public and in private institutions? So the question that I'm raising, that I think is a big challenge for many program evaluation, for many accreditation systems, is how do you combine the diversity that you want to encourage with the consistency? Because at the same time, the other argument will be, well, you want families and students and employers to trust the system. And the way private sector has developed in many systems has not been particularly favorable to enforce, to consolidate that trust. Though there is a perception in many systems that the expansion of the private sector was very much focused in absorbing demand, in expanding very rapidly without significant concerns with quality. So how do you want to use accreditation quality assurance to ensure that everyone fulfills a minimum standard, everyone attains a level of consistency and credibility from academic and educational point of view, and satisfy minimum criteria, but at the same time, in a way that does not constrain the diversity of the system and does not lead to a degree of homogenization in the system that prevents the diversity that you want to encourage. And this means that we need to move from sort of generic statements about diversity in the system and to infuse the process of accreditation in terms of what you ask institutions to fulfill in terms of the forms. What are your concerns when you review programs and when you review institutions? How do you compose the panels? For instance, by including professionals or people with professional expertise that can value and then can assess adequately the contribution of institutions that have a stronger professional accreditation, professional orientation. How much do you accommodate in terms of criteria, these different profiles of institutions, these different missions, these different emphases or balances between education and research? And how much do you accommodate this in terms of assessment? Because, well, institutions necessarily will expect their programs to be fairly assessed, to be accredited, otherwise they cannot be sustainable. And they will necessarily adjust to what is expected. So if you are not consistent between what you say in terms of diversity, but then what you do in terms of accreditation and quality assurance, then institutions will look at what you say and what you do. So what my experience is that this is much more difficult to implement because quite often of the lack of trust and lack of legitimacy that private education institutions face. But that if you really want to encourage diversity in the system and diversity that is accepted and trusted by the system, by families, by employers, by society at large, then you need to really connect what you do in terms of diversity with what you do in terms of quality assurance. I think I've covered most of the material, especially I think I've exhausted the time that I allocated. I've just listed some of the main work that works at the background for the results that I presented. I'm very grateful for the time and for your patience, and I'll be happy to participate in discussion if we still have time for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pedro. Yes, we went over time, but given the importance of what you were presenting and the relevance of the information to everyone here, it is a debatable how much differentiation can we allow in a very heavily regulated, structured accreditation process in the private sector. Now, I thank all our esteemed speakers for the very informative information that we've received today. And I also thank the viewers for their valuable input and their stimulating questions. I wouldn't say provocative, but in some instances where we talk about the role of institutions versus the accreditation and the audit, I will try to focus on areas of relevance and things that have emerged more frequently in the questions of the audience. I will throw 3 main points, and then I'll ask every speaker to comment for a minute to a minute and a half. A common theme in the questions is how do we find the balance between education and the job market? What are the expectations? And one of the viewers asked, are we shifting to an era of over-assessment and standardized tests? And how can we enhance the e-learning standards after what we've learned in the COVID era? And also Pedro spoke about how the focus of accreditation is always has been on undergraduate programs. How do we accredit, or how do we monitor the learning and learning outcomes in graduate programs outside just the research component? What is the role of professional involvement in accreditation? So if I may start with Dr. Van Dam. Dr. Van Dam, let's begin with you. A minute and a half. If you can keep it to less than 2 minutes, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think I will have to choose between these interesting topics. Let me focus first on the education versus labor market issue. I think that's a really important discussion because among policymakers, and certainly also in the OECD, I see a little bit of an overemphasizing of the labor market demands in terms of skills. And the focus that they put on higher education as just a preparation for the labor market. I think this is not entirely accurate, although I understand it. I think universities have to listen carefully to what the labor market requires, the different signals that employers are sending, but universities also have their own mission. They have a broader, more holistic mission than just preparing for the skills that the labor market requires. So education is also to be seen as something which is constructing societies in a very general sense. So through education in universities, we are preparing the society of the future. We are not just there to meet demands of the external world. That would be my first reaction on the first question. On the second point, the over-assessment issue, I see that. I think this is a risk that is mentioned, but I think there are many inappropriate kinds of assessment. Many quality assurance agencies are still focusing too much on input-related questions, on process-related questions. So the shift towards outcome assessment is not there yet. And that means that quality assurance agencies and accreditation agencies are actually doing too much and imposing too much burden on higher education institutions. I think we collectively should benefit much more from concentrating our efforts on what really matters. And for me, that's outcomes assessment. And we should actually forget about measuring and assessing all kinds of issues which are related to input and process related stuff. But that's a very short and maybe controversial answer to those two questions.
And I will add to this answer, performance task assessment.
Yeah.
Yes, wonderful. Dr. Al-Khrayef, we can hear your input on that.
يعطيكم العافية. شكرا لكم معالي رئيس الجلسة. بالنسبة لقضية الموائمة بين احتياجات سوق العمل وما تقدمه أو ما يقدمه التعليم الجامعي، واحدة من القضايا اللي مؤرقة، هل الجامعات فقط مؤسسات لإنتاج الكوادر البشرية فقط اللي تعمل في سوق العمل، لأن لها أدوار أخرى في قضية علاج التحديات اللي تواجهها خلينا نقول الدول، أو احنا نتكلم عن صناعة المستقبل. وهذا الدور الحيوي في قضية الموازنة بين احتياجات سوق العمل والتركيز عليها أو التركيز على الأدوار الأخرى للتعليم الجامعي. فلذلك نأكد على قضية أن أكيد أن الدول وبالذات نتكلم عن المملكة العربية السعودية تمول بعض الجامعات، نتكلم عن 28 جامعة حكومية، فهذا التمويل يجب أن يكون كذلك محرك ودافع رئيسي، أن ما يكون فقط الجامعات دورها تخرج مخرجات سوق العمل ما يستوعبها، أو أنه منتجات هالجامعات ما تسهم في معالجة التحديات اللي تواجهها المملكة، أو كذلك أنها ما تسهم في تحقيق رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030. فهذا ما يخص الجزء الأول. قضية خلينا نقول الإغراق في التقييم والقياس معضلة رئيسية، لكن إذا غيرنا وجهتنا أن ما يكون هدفنا القياس، إنما يكون هدفنا التقويم والتحسين مستقبلا، يكون التركيز على وجود مثلا الاختبار نهاية المقرر الدراسي الإكزيت إكزام. الهدف الرئيسي ليس لتقييم أعضاء التدريس أو تقييم مخرجات الجامعة من الطلاب والطالبات، إنما معرفة مكامن أو نقاط الضعف اللي في منظومة التعليم، وبالتالي يمكن التركيز عليها للرفع من مستواها. شكرا لك.
شكرا دكتور. Professor Chofli, we can hear your view on that.
Yeah, very rapidly. About the balance between education and job market, I have to agree with Dirk by the fact that what are the job market needs. This is really important and is crucial for policymakers, but we have to remember that the role of the universities is primarily to build good citizens. And this goes behind what are the needs, the actual needs of the labor market. And another role of university is to create innovation. And this goes have a look in the future. This gives a look in the future, not at the current and actual labor market. About the overassessment, it is real. I think this is due to the level of maturity of the higher education system. So, for instance, once you have some basic concept of the assessment, of the self-assessment, of quality assurance that are taken by the university system, you can gradually reduce the burden in terms of self-assessment reports, for example, and other processes that are given to and asked to higher education institution. And this could be also, on the other hand, done by building integrated databases. At least e-learning, well, the assessment of e-learning is really a challenge, because you should put that at the same level of the, let's say, traditional learning, but this is not also something that has to do to technological issues, but also methodological issues. It's another way of doing teaching and learning. And the role of the assessment should be, in my opinion, as a first thing, to build trust about this different kind of teaching and learning. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Pedro, we can hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, I agree with actually several things that have already said. I think we need to be careful in terms of the emphasis on this very close link between higher education and the labor market, not only because higher education has purposes that are not restricted to producing graduates to the labor market, but because even from a labor market point of view, a very short term, a very narrow perspective about what are the needs of the labor market, I think would be detrimental to the graduates and to the education system in the long term. So I would be careful about this. I think universities should not be deaf to the the needs of the labor market. They should not ignore the needs of the labor market, but at the same time, we shouldn't put this relationship so reactive, so mechanical in a way that I think would be damaging in the long term for the sustainability of the system. The second quick note that I would emphasize is that in this articulation between the labor market and the higher education system, we should also allow for diversity. We should allow for institutions that want to have a strong academic profile and others that have a stronger professional profile. What I think is important from a quality perspective is that you assess institutions on the basis that what they say they want to do. And if they say that they want to develop good quality programs with a strong academic orientation, that they are assessed on that, from that perspective. If they say they want to be good in terms of training professionals and have a stronger vocational orientation, then we assess them in terms of what are the good benchmarks in that respect. And I think that is relevant. Third quick note, as Alberto was saying, I think one of the major purposes of quality assurance is to build trust, and to build trust within the system and also in the relationship between the system and society. And I would say that this trust is also very important the more you move into different cycles of evaluation. So you don't want to control the institutions, because the capacity to control institutions by going there every 5 years or every 6 years or every 4 years is very limited. You want institutions really to take this as their responsibility, in a sense to create what we often call a quality culture. And the final remark about credit evaluation. I think we need also to be prepared that the more we expand credit education, also the profile of credit education will diversify. We will not be having credit programs just to train future academics, future researchers, as traditionally happens. But the more we expand credit education, we need to train doctors, for instance, to go to the business sector, to go to industry, to go to the public sector and qualify those sectors. That means that the degree of competencies, the criteria, the panels, the process of evaluation also need to internalize this diversity in terms of credit education, the multiple profiles of credit education. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this touches on the context specific and the involvement of the professional bodies that Dr. Suhail has spoken about. Can you allude to this, Dr. Suhail, and comment on the three questions?
Sure, thank you. It's a very interesting question. If you allow me, I might disagree with some of these comments. I think what Dr. Bidr, I think, mentioned regarding the standardized test or the details of the standardized test that's specific for each country. I would take that example and apply it as well for the balance between job market and academia. I think it's really related to the maturity of the whole higher education ecosystem in each country. There are many socioeconomic reasons that take into consideration whether should we be more market, I would not say market driven, but market sensitive. And this is the word that I use in my slides. I would say an example. We were aware when we were designing this academic accreditation council, because the representation in these councils, it's a well balance between academia, between professional entities, as well as the market representative from public or private entities. So it's not yes or no. It's not either fully to be market driven, but the market sensitivity, and really to make sure, as Dr. Abdurrahman mentioned, is if all of our universities they are not, I would say, the return of investment of all of the investment that the government is providing. What's the return of investment on the country for the economic development? So this is what we are trying to say. So it's not specifically the word market or labor market need. It's the economy, how these institutions are helping the economy. We have included in our ranking system, for example, entrepreneurship rate, the percentage these graduates have contributed to the economic development. So we added multiple aspects in addition to the exams. For the e-learning standards, I agree with the speakers. When we reviewed our accreditation standards, we noticed that, and we did benchmarking in many countries, the entities who are doing the quality assurance of traditional training and e-learning training, they're the same. They're the same entities. What we have here as an extra layer, which is unique in the kingdom, we have this national e-learning center. So they will do the licensing, but the quality assurance we will manage these exactly how we are dealing with the quality assurance in other traditional programs.
Wonderful. Dr. Today, I would like to thank the Education and Training Evaluation Commission for giving us this opportunity to learn not only about the transformation and the policy reform in higher education here in Saudi Arabia. Clearly, there is a strategy, a national-wide strategy, and there is an alignment between the Ministry of Education and the National Accreditation Agency here in Saudi Arabia, focused on the outcomes. We've also listened to wonderful experiences from the OECD that presented an international study and a new tool that I see as a disruptive innovation in the process of accreditation, and I hopefully see a wider application of this tool to allow for comparability. I know it's context specific, but it can be used to inform decision making in the future. We've also heard the wonderful experience from Italy. It's not mandated, it's not a legislation, yet we see the pattern of increased participation across institutions and students in Italy, which shows the value and the social value of the accreditation. We've also heard from Dr. Pedro the differentiation and the importance and relevance of accreditation in the private sector and how we can evolve from there, and some of the very important questions that needs to be addressed. Last but not least, I think the constant question that's always in the minds of academics, officials, ministries, legislators: how can the data driven or gathered through the accreditation processes be used to improve students' learning and program learning outcomes? I think this is the $100 million or billion dollar question that really needs to be addressed. We always, as Dr. Van Dam spoken about the process, and where we were always focused on the process and the processes and the forms and the generics. Now we're driven to the outcomes with such plethora of data. If I can get 30 seconds, final thought, your message to academics, legislators, universities, accreditation entities, ministries, how can we use this data to drive learning outcomes in academia? I'll start with Dr. Van Dam. Last 2 minutes.
Yeah. That's a really difficult one. I think the general message to quality assurance and accreditation agencies is be as simple, but be as goal-oriented as you can be. I think there is still too much overload in higher education quality assurance. We can make procedures much simpler and much more cost-effective with less burden on higher education institutions. But we should also be more targeted, goal-oriented, and for me, the move towards outcome-based assessment is still too hesitant. We should move much more quickly into the kind of procedures, and I'm giving only one example, but there are probably other approaches. I don't claim to have the monopoly, but let's say this society, the outside world, the students are interested in assessing what actually the contribution is of higher education to their skills development, and let's focus quality assurance on that.
Thank you. Dr. Suhail?
Yes, as I mentioned in my slide, the
30 seconds.
The quality 4.0, we actually started. We started this with the help of the Digital Transformation Department, and we have in mind like the API, to have direct connection with the universities to provide their data automatically if they don't like to fill forms. So this will be automatic provision of data. Otherwise, we'll do the traditional way. But I think we're getting there. We have that planned in a time frame, inshallah.
Thank you. Dr. Chokli?
Yes, very briefly about data. I think the keyword is, one of the keywords is transparency. There's a need to, of course, collect data from different aspects, and so have an holistic view of what higher education is doing and how they are performing. But it's important to share them, communicate. Why are you doing something? Why are you assessing that thing or another thing? So this is really what makes and builds trust between all the stakeholders in the higher education system.
Thank you. Dr. Pedro?
Yeah, I basically agree with what I said. I'll just emphasize one thing. I think from the experience that I have with many universities and many systems is that I think there is a very strong emphasis nowadays in collecting a lot of data, but there is an insufficient attention and reflection about those data and the implication, both at the system level and at the institutional level. I would say that it's important, of course, to have data. I think it's important that decisions are based on data, but maybe we should emphasize less a very exhaustive collection of data and spend more time trying to understand what these data are telling us about the system and about the institution, and then to act in a consequential way according to that data. And I think that link between data collection and management and data collection and strategy, I think, is missing in many institutions and in many systems. And I think we should emphasize more this rather than having a proliferation of data that at the end is hardly useful, and that I think distracts the attention of the institutions and the systems.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Dr. الخريف.
شكرا لك. احنا اليوم في عصر التقنيه وعصر يعني خلينا نقول حصر المعلومه خلينا نقول توفر المعلومه بشكل كبير يؤثر تاثير كبير على الجوده بشكل مباشر. لذلك انا اقول ان اليوم في زمن تكامل الاجهزه، سواء الاجهزه المقدمه للخدمات التعليميه او الاجهزه اللي تراقب على عمليه التعليم والتشريعات فيها، او الاجهزه اللي تقوم العمليه التعليميه. في قضيه مشاركه البيانات واحده من الادوات اللي تساعد في اتخاذ القرار. نتكلم عن القرارات تكون مبنيه على ادله. يمكن اهم تحدي يواجهنا في قضيه مشاركه البيانات واستخدام البيانات كادوات لقياس الجوده هي جوده البيانات. لذلك هذا اللي يحتاج ان نركز عليه حتى تكون قراراتنا مبنيه على ادله، الادله هذه ذات جوده عاليه.
Thank you very much. On behalf of all the viewers, I would like to thank our esteemed speakers and really big applaud for your informative presentations today. And I would like to thank the Education and Training Evaluation Committee for this amazing opportunity. And I'd like to thank our viewers for listening and for their valuable input. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. مع السلامة. شكرا.
شكرا معاليكم. Thank you, Your Excellency. شكرا لحسن استماعكم. بهذا تنتهي جلستنا هذه. نلقاكم بعد قليل في جلسة بعنوان الإفادة من بيانات التقويم من خلال البحوث والتقارير في تمام 4:20 مساء بتوقيت الرياض، 21 مساء بتوقيت Greenwich. Thank you for your participation. We conclude this session and we will meet you again after a short break at 4:20 p.m. Riyadh time, 1:20 p.m. Greenwich time for a session titled Assessment Data for Research and Reporting. Thank you.
شكرا.
سيدات والسادة الحضور ومتابعينا من خلف الشاشات. Your Excellencies, dear distinguished guests. نرحب بكم مرة أخرى في الجلسة الأولى. نرحب بكم مرة أخرى في جلسات المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعليم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي، الذي تنظمه هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب بالشراكة مع الأمانة السعودية لمجموعة ال20. It's our pleasure to welcome you again to our thematic sessions of the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation, Improving Learning Outcomes and Supporting Economic Growth, organized by the Education and Training Evaluation Commission in partnership with the G20 Saudi Secretariat. ندعوكم الآن لمتابعة الجلسة الثانية لهذا اليوم بعنوان الإفادة من بيانات التقويم من خلال البحوث والتقارير. يدير الجلسة الدكتور سطام السبيعي، مشرف عام برنامج استشراف مركز المعلومات الوطني. We invite you to the second thematic session of the day entitled Assessment Data for Research and Reporting, moderated by Dr. Sattam السبيعي, the Supervisor General of Istishraf Program. فليتفضل دكتور سطام السبيعي مشكورا.
Ladies and gentlemen, a nice transition from the previous session. Our colleagues just talked about the importance of data in evaluating the education output. So it is my pleasure to welcome you to this discussion that will be themed around the assessment of data for research and reporting. Education, to many, is a lifelong target where the aim is to continuously develop into a better individual. One definition of education is to achieve full development and realization of individual human beings. Unfortunately, many children and adults find it extremely difficult to enjoy this basic right. According to a UNESCO report, the basic foundation of the education of human beings lays principally on being able to understand, read, write, and calculate. These essential life skills translate into the broader term of literacy. To achieve this noble, seemingly easy target is no picnic. A great number of challenges arise along the way. These challenges come in the form of gauging existing policies and creating new ones. This problem morphs into a more complex version once you incorporate tertiary skills, higher education, and indirect impacts of these outcomes. The significance of education systems stems from the fact that education forms a foundation for every other domain. Having that foundation in an improper state would greatly hinder the growth of developing countries and will eclipse the great progress that developed countries made over the decades. This is where data comes in. In modern times, data has been an integral ingredient of development in all fields. It drives economic growth, social development, and ensures security and safety of communities around the world. Education system does not fall short of that list, and for previously mentioned reasons, it must take precedence. With all of its complexity, diversity, and depth, data plays a critical role in understanding and improving it in a proper fashion. Data, regardless of domain, comes with a lot of great challenges, but it brings even greater opportunities once it's sufficiently collected and utilized. To truly unleash the power of data, humanity must pragmatically put in place a regulatory framework that ensures privacy, protection, proper collection, and ethical use. Saudi Arabia, driven by its ambitious 2030 vision, is aiming to reach excellence through a multitude of programs improving education, both directly and indirectly. Saudis are eager to extend this ambition and help our regional and global friends and partners around the world through our responsibility as a G20 member and a host of its current summit. During this session, we'll spend a bit over 2 hours engaged in a series of valuable presentations and Q&A sessions to discuss the vast improvement opportunities to global and local education systems that is achievable through data-based practices. Our esteemed panelists are renowned professionals in their respective fields. We have with us today His Excellency Dr. Tariq al-Shiddi, the President of National Data Management Office in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Sylvia Muntaya, Director of the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, Dr. Paulo Santiago, Head of the Policy Advice and Implementation Division at the OECD, Dr. Shivetlana Sbraul, a Senior Economist at the World Bank Group, Dr. Nayaf Al-Jabri, the Director General for Research and Innovation at the Education and Training Evaluation Commission in Saudi Arabia. Before we start, I would like to remind the viewers that they can send their questions through the chat function, and we will try to cover as much as we can from these questions at the end of the session. In our first session, it is my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Dr. Tariq al-Shiddi, the President of National Data Management Office at the Saudi Data and AI Authority. Dr. Tariq held a number of leadership positions during his career, most notably served as the Deputy for Planning and Development at the Presidency of State Security, served as General Supervisor for the Management of the National Information Center, as Director General of the Center, and was the Director of NAIF Academy for National Security and Advisor to the Director General of Mabahith. He was also the Director of the Technical Development Project in Security Affairs at the Ministry of Interior, Head of the Systems Development Department at King Fahd Security College, Advisor to the National Guard Hospital, King Abdulaziz City. Al-Shiddi has got a PhD in computing and bioinformatics from George Mason University in the US, a higher diploma in social network analysis from the same university, a master's degree in management from King Saud University, a bachelor's degree in computer science from the same institution, and a bachelor's degree in security sciences from King Fahd Security College. Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you, Sata. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. I'm very glad and happy to participate in this conference, and I'm thankful for Dr. Hussam and the team of ETEC to invite me to shed some lights on the role of National Data Management Office in maximizing the benefits of the data. And before I start my presentation, let me give some history of e-data or electronic data in Saudi Arabia. Our visionary leaders realized the importance of the data long time ago. So they established the National Information Center as a repository for store, process, and share the information of the citizens, expat, visitors, and pilgrims. I think the age of NIC is much more than the age of most of the people here in the conference. So after that, we were doing very well until the explosion of the information age. Then the agencies in Saudi Arabia, different agencies, start to, or enforced, to have their own data centers there is a lot of demand. I don't want to say that NIC cannot respond to their demand, but there is a lot of demand, so that we need to do it ourselves. So then we create a lot of silos of our island of information. And these islands actually caused a lot of problem related to personal data protection, and some problems related to data management and governance. So after that, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman came up with the Vision 2030. And we start to do the workshop or discussion, and we discovered that we have a lot of problems. If we want to get to the target of the Vision 2030, we have to solve these problems. So as a lead of the board, he decided to establish the National Data Management Office. And from there, we start our journey. So to start our journey, we decide to follow principles. So the eight national data principles that we came up, first one is data as a national assets. The problem of data ownership, we have to stop it, and we start instead of that, the data stewardship. So no ownership, no more ownership. This is not my data is not there anymore. Then the second principle is about data privacy by design. Privacy by design means that you have to take the privacy in mind during the life cycle of the development of any application. The third principle, open by default. So open data is the default unless classified otherwise. Also, we have to use the data ethically. The design should be very purposeful, data-driven outcomes. We have to create awareness and learning culture in personal data protection and in data management. Trusted data. Trusted here means that it's trusted by the government agencies to use the data, that the quality is high, and also the individuals trusted us that we are using their data in the right way. So our mission is to managing and enriching data as a national assets while protecting the personal and sensitive data. How can we do that? Is by developing the strategy, standard, policy, and also we have to building the capacity and maintain the compliance of these regulations. So the strategic themes for our strategy: empower data-driven government decision-making, enabling data-driven innovation, enhancing citizen outcome or user experience, protect personal data, foster public trust in how their data is being used. So we came up with 6 strategic objectives. If you look at it, it's like a journey, starting by developing the strategy for the data management and personal data protection. Then for this strategy, we need policy, standard, and regulation and laws to achieve that strategies. Okay, we have the strategy, we have the standard and laws and regulation. We need to support the government agencies actually to understand these regulations, to apply it the right way. Also, we need to establish a compliance indicators to make sure that they are follow the right the strategies and the standards in the right direction. Also, we need to monitor this compliance against regulation and policies. And at the end, we have to build the national capability or national capacity. As you know, we have a very, we have lack of expertise in, especially in data, in personal data protection. So we need to build that capacity. So The plan here, actually, what we did in the sixth one, we have a project now. It will be signed soon to train 1,000 trainee in 3 programs. The first one is to train the IT guys on the laws. So the IT will understand the privacy laws, so it will be privacy by design in their mind. The second one is to train the law people with the IT. So now we have this law and regulation, and we need them to understand the IT behind that. And the third one, and this is the longest program, it's data science, which will cover the KSA, what do we call it? The KSA National Data Management Protection Framework. That cover the usage. That's why it will be a long program for the students. And then we came with this KSA National Data Management and Protection Framework, which consists of 21 domains. And this is tailored to Saudi Arabia. And it's actually, we used many different best practices to come up with this governance model. So now we have the data management part. We finished with that. Then we developed actually many policies. Some of them in the kitchen now, in the pipeline. Some of them under development, and some of them now in the public opinion, and some of them now approved by the board, and now in the implementation phase in the agencies. So we have personal data protection policy, freedom of information policy, data classification policy, data sharing policy, revenue model policy, open data policy, all of them approved by the board, except the revenue model is still in the public opinion phase. Great. Now we have this policy for our standards, and we have this standard for the data management. Actually, we developed a standard book for data management consisting of 191 specifications. It's like a checklist. If you follow it, you will be able to understand exactly where are you in the area of data management. And this is used by the head of the departments to understand where are they in this area. So we're done with that. We're done with the data management, and we're done with the individual or the personal data protection. So how we apply it? We are very limited in the data management office on individuals, and employees. So what should we do? So also we go back again to the board, and we suggest that we have to have data offices in all government agencies, and it's actually approved by the board. And we got a royal decree to establish a data office in each government entity. So our organization here for that one, actually, we divide it into different domains, like health sector domain, telecoms domain, and financial domain or sector. And why we did that? Because each sector has its own regulation and personal data protection practice based on the nature of the sector. If we go to health sector, if you look at the United States, you will find they have this HIPAA regulation just for the personal data information in healthcare. They have different exchange IT specialized for the health care systems. So my recommendation or our recommendation that in the office is for your conference is to establish a data office or data governance in each agency, private sector or government sector. This will help the enrichment of the data and maximize the benefit of the data. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. That was very informative. We all know that INDEMO was established last year.
Yeah, this is something we will celebrate our first anniversary actually in 9 days from now. So thank you.
So now, enabling data-driven innovation and economic development is a key strategy theme. In your opinion, as the head of the highest regulatory entity for data in the kingdom, how can we balance between the data governance and preserving privacy and the innovation by using data? What's the balance strike between those two?
Okay, thank you. In fact, as I said, we have the balance here is the data management and the data privacy and the data protection. So if we go back again to the practice of data management, and if we train our people on the right direction in the data management, and we train them very well on personal data protection, I'm sure that we will reach the innovation without, I mean, they will balance between the personal data protection and the innovation. So I think our policy that we have issued, taking in consideration that we will not disrupt the economic growth by issuing a very strict and harsh regulation.
Great. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now, in our second session, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sylvia Montaya with her presentation titled The Role of Learning Assessment Data in Achieving the Learning Goal of Education 2030 Agenda. Dr. Sylvia Montaya is the director of the UNESCO Institute of Statistics. Since the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, Dr. Montaya has taken a leadership role within the international education community by helping to build consensus around the standards, methodologies, and indicators needed to measure progress towards Education 2030. She has also launched the Global Alliance to Monitor Learning and serves as the co-chair of the Technical Cooperation Group on SDG 4, Education 2030 Indicators. Prior to joining the UIS in 2015, Sylvia was the Director General of and Evaluation of Education Quality at the Ministry of Education, Buenos Aires, where she oversaw the creation of the first comprehensive education quality index produced in Argentina. Dr. Sylvia.
Thank you very much. Let's see if I am. It's really a great pleasure to be with you today and to hear for such an exciting panel to be and to hear all the progress you have made. And I would like to actually to share and to have this conversation about the 2030 agenda. What are the objectives that are actually tracking SDG 4, and try to see how the international community has agreed on the measurement of indicators to try to monitor on the learning and skills of kids and youths and adults. So we really want to depart from these big numbers that are related to the size of the global crisis. I think that it's always good that we keep in mind of how many kids and youths we're talking that are not able to read and to dominate even very simple skills, as doing very simple math operation or to read paragraph and to extract the meaning of that. Unfortunately, we know that from those kids, 2/3 of them are in schools. And this is actually a huge problem for us to ask and to wonder how we can improve our policy making and our teaching and learning process in the way we have been this year in particular, particularly affected by a new phenomenon that is actually affecting all over the globe, the kids and youth, and actually challenging our lives. But just to get an idea, is like to get a sense of what is does it feel to read poorly. This is a real case and the speed. We have actually given the same paragraph to kids in one group of countries, OECD, and you have in the low-income countries. And this is exactly, after all, the moment that the kids in low-income countries reach the same level of progress that the kids in developed countries. That is one of the first way of actually getting a sense. And just to have a clear visualization of what are the skills that the kids are not able to master. For instance, the kids in low-income countries cannot identify what is the number that is missing in that sequence. It's a clear example coming from real life that shows what is the type of skills that we talk, and we know that they are not too sophisticated, but still they are for some part of the kids. So with that, actually as an answer to that, the SDG 4 agenda has come in education to try to look at all the abilities, to look at to have the relevant skills. And now we know that the relevant skills are not only reading and mathematics, but there are other technical and vocational skills that allow us to have a decent life, a decent employment. But it means a lot of diversity that goes beyond identifying a number in a sequence. For this reason, we have 10 targets in SDG 4, and we look at the lifelong cycle. We go from pre-primary to primary education to secondary to higher education. We talk about the connection to work and the levels of literacy and numeracy in adult population, as well as the environment where those skills are created. So it's a comprehensive agenda, and within that, we have the data measurement are key to that. And just focusing specifically on the learning assessment and skills, we have various indicators that are in the Sustainable Development 4 that are related to measurement skills and learning. We have in early childhood, the pre-primary education where the kids are developmentally on track. That means the socio-emotional and cognitive skills as well to be prepared to start schools. Then we have basic education that we look at different moments in the schooling process, but we also look at technical skills. We look at ICT skills. Can we manage mobiles, computers? Can we drop files? Can we have more sophisticated skills? But also we look how we relate to others and how we relate to the environment, what kind of skills we need to have, what behavioral kind of attitudes we have towards the environment and to sciences that are very important, and also to the cultural aspect and to citizenship, how we live with each other, how we do respect the other in terms of the differences and the diversity. And unfortunately, we have made some exercises with the colleagues in the international community in trying to understand how is the work going with these numbers that we have about the measurement and the data we have. And so we know that we're really not evolving very well towards the progress we have promised, that by 2030 we will have, for instance, in target 4.1, that all the kids and youth in basic education are going to have the basic set of skills. The projections show, if you see the blue line, that on average we're going to be more or less as we're today. Eventually we're going to include more kids, but as they include, we need to have more talent to develop the set of skills. But we need to grow at the rate that is a great line, while we're going at the level of the blue line, and taking the country that has done the best in the last decade. In the best case, we're going to go like as an orange line. So we really have a deficit, we have a gap, and in some cases we don't even have a measurement to make those projections. If we go to early childhood, we also see that clearly there is a difference between the countries. We see early childhood or pre-primary education as a way to prepare our kids to enter the basic education and the rest of the learning process. And we see that there are huge differences between different regions of the world. And it's a call for looking at that and to try to see that it depends not only on one country, it's at the international community level that we need to develop those skills. We also know regarding ICT skills, we know that technology is important, and the COVID-19 has put at the center of the table how important is technology. Not only the access, but also to be able to use in an effective way, to be interacting, to be able to actually to manage a more sophisticated set of skills. The information of the indicator that collects on those set of skills in youth and adult population are showing that also we have an important number of population in the world, according to numbers, that manage skills that are a basic level, to turn off a phone, to turn off a computer, to eventually look and explore it. But when we turn to more sophisticated skills, preparing a presentation, doing a kind of more sophisticated edition in documents, or just getting into other difficult tasks, then we reduce the proportion of the population, and this is basically located in the most developed countries or the high-income countries. So this shows, and the projections are really not allowing us to be too optimistic. And then we look at the central factor in the teaching and learning process that are teachers. We see that we aspire to have qualified teachers for every child in the world, and we could see that this indicator is not even going in the right direction. We see that in some regions, we're going, and the trend in the last decade has been towards a decrease in the proportion of teachers that are qualified, and we know how important it is in the current circumstances. So numbers are important, data are important, and really are showing to us that we need to actually to go. And this is one point that I really wanted to raise, is that still we lack a lot of information. If we have as a reference a little bit over 200 countries in the world, and we're lacking information for 80 about basic education skills, we're really in a difficult situation to even understand how to help and how to deal to drive the right policies. We know that we need to find a way to compare better different sources of information, but this is one step that follows to the measurement, and there is a lot of effort to try to see how we use the different sources, how we use national assessment, how international assessment could be equated between the different initiatives, the ones that the colleagues are having from the OECD, the ones that IEA with team and peers are having. How do they express them in a comparative way? This is a part of efforts that we're doing. And we need also that one of the limitations is that we're not looking at all the range of diversity of skills. We have still a main focus on reading and mathematics, and a few other cognitive domains, like some knowledge about the air sciences and some knowledge about the global citizenship, and some knowledge about digital skills, but we're still not looking at a broader set of skills that are explaining and helping us to understand how to make a country progress. And there is a little bit, not too much investment in assessing some other skills that are critical, such as creativity, sort of non-cognitive domains, that are very important also as part of the integral and comprehensive development of the kids. And so we know that there are in some of the cases duplication of effort, that we're really not clear how much they cost, that in some of the cases we need to produce more global public goods that are going to be making easier for many countries to measure learning assessment and results, but these are part of the issues that we really need to address as a community. And we know that data is very important. We know that data we have just been hearing, but we have a system level assessment. If we look at the country and we look at the different tools in a systemic way, we know that we need to monitor what are the standards. We have been hearing about protection to privacy data. So we need that guidelines and a guiding framework and operating framework is important. So the systemic level is important, and we need to understand about curriculums, about how the system are evaluating all the different actors. So this is really not that much spread. And we know that at the school and student level, the assessment could provide us information about how the school is doing, what aspect of the schooling to improve, is the environment, is the lack of resources, is the management level, is the teaching level, and we need to have the information about the learning outcomes that are the result of the school, and we need that information for taking decisions, and we need to expand the measurement, and we need to have the data to understand what is happening. So we already know also that there are very good impact of having information. This is actually taking on the use of data coming from the international assessment that has been going through decades, like OECD, PISAs, and IEA's team and peers. And there is an identification that when the country has been using that information, it has positive impact in various dimensions, including the outcomes of the student. It has driven, in some cases, curriculum reforms. It has been enacted the improvement and the establishment of monitoring system at the country level. So we know that it has been a positive effect coming from there. And we know that always the countries are going to have to face choices. Should I do a national assessment or should I join the cross-national assessment if I have a limitation of resources? As always, there are pros and cons about each of the options. There are ownership issues. There are a huge investment in human capacity at the human level in the international assessment to allow a comparability and to allow good quality and the implementation of standards. But we know that this question talk about should I do national or cross-national is still part of the guidance the international community needs. So we know that to progress towards SDG 4, we really need to actually to try to focus on an approach that is looking beyond the average and trying to look at how are all the countries doing and within the country, how the different segments of the population are doing, that look at quality and learning. For this reason, learning assessment are important because the educational system speak of the quality of the students they are preparing to actually to face the 21st century, that we have going over reading and mathematics only and trying to incorporate other domains to try to have a long life approach to the measurement, not only looking at one point, but looking at different moments, because eventually we're doing well in one level and we're not doing well in the other level. And to try to talk and to work with other sectors. This is one of the big drivers of the Sustainable Development Goals, are these cross collaboration and interlinkages. And then we need also to talk and to work closely with regional and global collaboration with our peers of the countries to learn from each other, to try to see what we can learn at the regional level, what we could learn at the global level. So we really need that, we know that we need a further investment into methodologies and the investment to help the countries to measure learning assessment. We have already identified those numbers. We know that the countries are still 25%, a quarter of the countries are still investing less than 4% of the GDP. That was the minimum level that the Education Framework for Action was requesting the countries as an agreement by all ministers of education of the planet. So we know that we have a lot to do and we have to actually to try to improve the data. So learning assessment are critical, and we know from the experience that they are making a huge contribution to a better understanding of how an educational system works and how to have better skills in the country. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. So one thing that you mentioned that caught my attention in the middle of your presentation was a point that you made, is that sometimes there is time gaps. So how does this affect the systems evaluation? If there is a major time gap, like the example that you mentioned, it could be up to 6 years in the example that you mentioned. So how does this affect the policy making? Is it going to be time sensitive?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, thank you so much, Satam. It's really a very good question. We really recommend that the periodicity in the measurement is not less than 3 years. Really, for this reason, we have the major international assessment that are actually done in a regular basis, trying to follow this. We know that we cannot change from one year to the other a policy and have an impact, but at the same time, we need to have time bounded and to have an impact. We have ways of simulation, and there is where international artificial intelligence and other aspects could help us to understand and to do simulation, but we really, for the policymaker and for understanding of the system and for the engagement at the country level, we really need that the countries are adopting, and this is a recommendation of the international community, to try to have at least every 3 years a measurement, and this is how we have to look. That is not one shot, but a lifelong compromise, also a commitment from the countries to measurement.
Great. One thing that you also mentioned in your presentation, you mentioned cognitive skills. Do you think cognitive skills or soft skills should contribute or should be used in a global benchmark? And are there examples of such benchmark? And how can we actually measure that, how can we measure those skills, the soft and cognitive skills?
Yes, I think actually this is one of the aspects that I think that we have we need development. We have in the cognitive dimension there is an agreement, and we have an agreement of a few indicators in the framework that are going to be measurement and have a definition of a regional level. And this is a conversation that is happening this year in terms of setting benchmark at the regional level. We have that the European Union has done a good effort in actually progressing towards that with a few indicators. But the aspect of the non-cognitive and the socio-emotional and these soft skills is an area that still is under development. There are obviously very good progress, but still we're actually coming to terms to what are the ones that could be measured in a comparable way. I think that there is already an identification. Colleagues are obviously here in the panel from OECD has done an effort towards developing some of those tools, but I still the international community needs to agree on this, but I think that this is a very relevant aspect. And now we see that during this 2020 with the challenge of the COVID-19, that these are more important than ever.
Sure, thank you so much again, Dr. Sylvia. Now, in our third session, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Paulo Santiago. Dr. Paulo is the head of the Policy Advice and Implementation Division at the OECD. And his presentation is titled Using Evaluation and Assessment Data to Strengthen the Evidence for Policy Development and Promote Informed Dialogue in Education. So Dr. Paulo is the head of the Policy Advice and Implementation Division within OECD Directorate for Education and Skills. He takes a leading role in the provision of evidence-based advice on education policy to OECD members and partner countries, both collectively and individually across all sectors of education. Mr. Santiago joined the OECD in 2000 as an analyst. He assumed responsibility for a number of large-scale cross-country reviews covering a range of education policy areas, including teacher policy, tertiary education policy, educational evaluation and assessment, use of resources in school education, and school funding. This work generated OECD policy lines, analytical frameworks, developmental work for future data collections, as well as much information about country practices. He also led reviews of teacher policy, tertiary education policy, educational evaluation policy, and school resource use in over 25 countries. Mr. Santiago holds a PhD in economics from Northwestern University, United States. Dr. Santiago.
Many thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today and to bring to this discussion the extensive OECD work on evaluation and assessment. And let me also congratulate you for bringing this topic for discussion. I think it's the reflection of the many developments in Saudi Arabia on evaluation and assessment in general, and also in education in particular, through in particular the work of ETEC, with which we have the pleasure to collaborate, including in the organization of this conference. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Today I'll be basing my presentation on the work on policy that we've done in this area, and I'll focus in particular on the uses of student assessment data at all levels of education with the objective of improving student learning outcomes. So let me give you a very quickly first an overview of my presentation. First of all, I will situate the presentation in the overall evaluation and assessment framework, which is quite extensive in education. Then I'll focus and mention in particular what type of uses student assessment data can have in order to improve, what are the different channels to improve student learning outcomes. And then I will basically go one by one through each of these channels to basically get into more detail on how to basically implement this. So first, let me first give you an overview and to situate this presentation in the overall evaluation and assessment framework. So we've done an extensive piece of work, and we continue actually to build on it, on evaluation and assessment policies in about 30 OECD countries. And the final comparative report is called Synergies for Better Learning. And we basically had an holistic approach to evaluation and assessment by reviewing all elements of evaluation and assessment in the education system, not only system evaluation, but also at student, teacher, school level, and also school leader level. And at each level, the results of evaluation and assessment, including assessment data, can be used with three main functions: accountability for development, for improvement of practices, and also diagnostic in order to improve those practices. And at different levels, at student, teacher, school, education system level, each of these functions basically have different translations in terms of what they mean. For instance, at the school level, it's about the improvement function, it's about school development and how to develop the school. And also the accountability aspect is more related to the rewards and potential sanctions that the school might have as a result of the evaluation. So we've looked at all these issues and the interconnections between them, take into account, for instance, that a tool such as student assessment data can actually be used at the different levels. So they all interlink, and this is why it's important to have an holistic approach to evaluation and assessment. Within this framework, then we have the specific use of student assessment data, and I'm more focusing actually on standardized assessment data, which can be used at different levels of the framework and with three major channels in terms of how it can lead to better student learning outcomes. So the first channel, and I will present each one of them in more detail. The first channel is essentially the sharing of the data for public information. So it's a means in particular to generate accountability at the system level and also to promote school choice, for instance. A second aspect is actually use the data and student assessment data to build evidence for policy planning and development. And then a third aspect is improvement of practices at the different levels. So I will now elaborate on each one of the three of them. Of course, the big question is the use of data. I mean, countries are more and more facing the dilemma of generating quite a lot of data, but then not being able to actually use it, analyze it in order to improve student learning outcomes. So the objective is really how to best use the data, take into account that more and more the systems are generating great amounts of data. So a first major channel through which student assessment data can be used to improve student learning outcomes is actually involves the whole management of the data and how to share it. So a first step is actually to design the evidence base. So a reflection about what are the type of data that you need to inform your policy development, to make sure that the public in general can have scrutiny over the system. So for this, you actually need a deep reflection on the type of data you need to actually capture the whole range of student learning objectives, making sure that you're covering all the objectives and that you're actually monitoring all of these. This involves a number of things, a number of instruments in particular. You need to actually develop an education indicators framework to reflect about what type of indicators you need to monitor your education system. Things such as simply the level of funding every year in a country, how you distribute that funding across different levels of education, what are the rates, the graduation rates of your system, a range of indicators about the performance of the system at the system level. Then you also need to monitor in particular the main area, which are student learning outcomes. You need a strategy to monitor those student learning standards. So typically countries use national assessments, which can be full cohort or based on samples. Then they also use, of course, international surveys for international benchmarking, but they need to go also beyond the quantitative and collect a range of qualitative information, such as, for instance, overviews of evaluations of schools performed by the agency performing school evaluation. It can include key stakeholder surveys, for instance, asking parents about the state of education in the country. And the third element is the need to actually have basic demographic information about students and schools to be able to relate these to the outcomes themselves. Another instrument that is useful is to follow in a longitudinal way a particular student cohorts, because it gives you very specific information. Then you need to actually reflect about how to manage this knowledge and the data you created, and create it in a way that makes it efficient for the users. So this involves the establishment of protocols to harmonize defined indicators, for instance, making sure that you have data, information, and management systems that are used and targeted at different users, making sure there's methodological documentation, and then you have a reflection about how to make the information public, or at least part of it. And many countries have basically developed school web portals and annual state of education types of reports, statistical reports. So there's a range of ways to make sure that the general public and different stakeholders in particular have access to this information. One particular example, one of the things you can do to actually hold schools accountable is to take the results of student assessment, standardized assessment across the country, and publish it. So it's a dilemma in terms of policy, whether the country should publish this at the school level or not. And many countries don't do it, many others do it, because there's actually pros and cons. Of course, the public reporting of student data at the school level creates incentives for better performance. It might provide opportunities for recognition and rewards, and it provides information for parents and society, in particular for public school choice for parents. However, it can have a range of detrimental effects, as demonstrated in the literature. First of all, raw student assessment data reflects more than school impact. The results, the average results of assessments reflect more than school impact, and it can distort because there's different other influences, particular socioeconomic backgrounds of students, and therefore they can actually also influence the results. So the raw results of student assessment data do not fully capture the actual school impact. Then the student assessment data also does not cover the full spectrum of outcomes of the school. The gaming, then there might potentially be gaming if there is stakes for the institutions, as when the results are provided publicly, so that the agents, in particular teachers and the school leaders, focus then on what is measured and engage in practices such teaching to the test and narrowing the curriculum to all those areas that are tested. And then there might also be effects on hindering innovation in the school. So there are detrimental effects. So what shall we do? Essentially, you need to make sure if the country decides to publish, it needs to make sure that the measure is actually a good account of the impact of the school itself. And we do this by developing what we call value-added performance measures, where you pick up and identify what is the actual impact of the school on student learning outcomes. And then you also make sure that you reduce the potential detrimental effects. And you do this by trying to actually diversify the type of data you published, and to also publish alongside it qualitative type information, such as the one that comes from the school evaluation reports. Then the second aspect, a second major channel, is through the policy development, making sure that the data informs evidence, and if that evidence informs the development of the policies. So first of all, the first step is to make sure that you have a strategic approach to research. This involves creating actually education research institutes, such as in Korea, but it can also be research units within evaluation agencies or education administration, knowledge units to basically review the evidence in the literature, identify research gaps, commission papers from researchers, etc. Then the second step is to make sure that you actually involve the research community in the debates. That can be done through advisory groups, involve the researchers in the reforms themselves. That exchange with researchers can also be done at the school level, for instance, with the use of critical friends in schools in terms of using the evidence. The specialized evaluation agency, typically with technical leadership in the field, can also lead this process of developing evidence, and also engage in actually considerations about the state of education in the country in order to actually inform policy development. A third aspect is then once you have your evidence and you developed your analysis, that you make sure that you use it to develop the policies. It can also be done through policy experimentation and pilots. And of course, very important, in order to develop consensus building among stakeholders and promote informed dialogue, you also need to disseminate this evidence so that the stakeholders themselves can use it, so that they can understand the rationale of reforms, and you can engage them in the dialogue. This also is valid for the level of practitioners with their involvement with the implementation of policies and their evaluation. Finally, a final channel through which student assessment data can have an impact is through the practices themselves. So it's much more localized in terms of channel. So you can actually take your infrastructure of indicators and data and develop in such a way that it's useful at the different levels. For instance, for educational authorities to have benchmarking analysis about the schools within a given local authority and compare it to other local authorities. Similarly, at the school level, you can prepare reports with your student assessment data at the school level with good benchmarking to other comparable schools, and schools can use that to actually develop their own school development plans. At the same time, at the teachers level, similarly, the information can be used at the class level, the student outcomes in standardized tests, as good diagnostic evidence. In this case, you need to be timely and provide quick feedback from those student assessment standardized tests so that you can actually use them quickly to improve the practices. Finally, an important reporting aspect is the reporting to parents. If you prepare the information properly in a way that is useful, meaning going beyond the marks, but actually getting to details of the strengths and areas of concern, the identified learning needs of students and recommendations for further learning, if you have that in the reporting to parents individually per student, this is a very good way of actually involving the parents in their children's learning and have them as basically partners of the learning itself. So this is, in a nutshell, very quickly, 3 major channels through which student assessment data can actually influence student outcomes, through policy development, through improvement of practices at local level, and through also the sharing of information more widely. So thank you very much for your attention, and I leave you with a few interesting links, including the last one, which is our own knowledge management and platform with all the work and results of education work at the OECD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paulo. You mentioned in your presentation the importance of information management systems, which leads me to a question: how digital education mainly changed things and perspectives in terms of education evaluation and strategic targets of education policymakers. And if you can focus on probably two things. The first is the supply and outcomes of education systems, and the second one is the demand shifts within the labor market, which is happening now more frequently.
I mean, there's essentially 2 aspects to your question. The first I understand is how to use the digital technology itself, meaning the skills you acquire through digital education, and what are the implications for assessment. I mean, for the assessment, it brings many benefits in terms of the accuracy of the assessment. For instance, ICT-based assessment allows you to go into a lot more detail in terms of the learning of the students through adaptive assessment, for instance. This is when the assessment itself and the next question depends on the previous responses. It can also improve the timeliness of the feedback, meaning the results become available much more quickly and the teacher can use it much more quickly. It also increases the analytical power of the data in terms of our ability to analyze it, in terms of processing the data, including big data, for instance, and also the availability in terms of the digital platforms that it can generate. The second aspect of the question is more about the digital education skills themselves, which are becoming more prominent in the different education systems. It's important that they become an important part of the curriculum, and that they're actually cross-curricular aspects related to digital education in every aspect of education. And this essentially implies developing, of course, targets for the learning of those skills, and also develop assessment tools also to measure those, including in terms of and this also has implications for the supply of programs, of course, not only at the school level, but also higher education level, and including because as a result of the demand of labor markets that you mentioned. And this brings, for instance, to prominence the importance of informing students and using actually assessment and the use of platforms to inform career guidance through basically platforms about labor market outcomes, for instance, so that they are informed to choose their careers at the university.
Sure. Another point I want to ask Dr. Paulo is, as we all know, there's an explosion of data happening worldwide. So from your experience, how does this steer the current understanding of our education systems, and maybe baselining the performance of those systems? And if you can give a few examples on how this helped different countries or organizations in developing their education policies or enhancing them or enhancing the outcome of those policies.
I mean, the fact that there's much greater availability of data has clearly led to one major development, which is the fact that the policy development itself can be much more evidence-based. But this also led to the lead of development capacity to analyze those data. And this includes actually the creation of agencies devoted to the use of data, to evaluation. And we've seen that in many countries, the creation of agencies that focus on evaluation and assessment in education. At the same time, that evidence leads clearly to a much more informed policy dialogue, which didn't exist without that evidence. And this supports, I mean, the governments in terms of building the rationale for their reforms, but also the arguments in how they actually discuss with the stakeholders. At the same time, it has really raised considerably the possibilities in terms of comparing, including comparing across countries. And you've seen the development in terms of international benchmarking that has the benefit to basically put a lot more attention, will bring a lot more attention to education reforms and basically improving the attention to education and leading to reforms. Another major development, of course, has been our ability to measure student learning outcomes themselves, and this has considerably improved in the last few years, brings the attention to the focal point of the analysis becomes the student learning outcomes, which is really the key thing we need to analyze. So the discussion turns around what really matters, and at the same time has allowed much more accountability to be introduced in the systems, and therefore has changed the shape and the type of discussion that exists. At the same time, we need to be careful with one particular development, which is the fact that we're developing a lot of data, focusing very much on measurement and development of indicators, also brings risks, and brings risks in terms of simplifying too much the development of policy, or at least simplified uses of those data by looking at correlations and simple indicators and rankings. So we need to make sure that all this measurement that certainly policy is informed by quality data, but is not driven by their availability. There are many aspects that cannot be measured. So it's very important to engage in qualitative type of analysis, the secondary analysis of the data, and develop also narratives in terms of the processes at schools to complement this. So we need a broader approach to basically have a full picture of education systems in the world these days.
Very well said, Dr. Paulo. Thank you so much. We're moving now to our fourth session. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Svetlana Sproul. Her presentation is titled The World Bank's Human Capital Index and the Importance of Metrics for Policy and Research. So Dr. Svetlana is a senior economist at the World Bank, at the Education Global Practice World Bank. She was a principal author for the World Development Report 2019 on the changing nature of work. World Development Report 2018 on learning to realize education's promise, and World Bank's education policy guidance for COVID-19. She has published in leading journals in the areas of education, economics, and labor markets. In education, her research is on effort, mindsets, and incentives within education systems. In labor markets, her work has focused on entrepreneurship, gender, and networks. Svetlana has led World Bank's education engagement in Uganda, Tanzania, Bangladesh, and Nepal. She holds a PhD in applied economics from University of Minnesota. Dr. Svetlana.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm really looking forward to discussing this with you, the audience, and also with the other esteemed panelists. So I'm actually going to talk more about some insights we've had in our work on how assessments can drive policy, better policy. So let's get into it. So I think the biggest insight, the most radical insight that we've had in the last few years on education is that when it comes to economic growth or economic development, it's not so much schooling that matters, it's actual learning, right? So learning outcomes are a much better predictor of economic growth and economic development than just years of schooling. Right? And the fact that we see this difference shows that just schooling does not always guarantee learning, right? And following from this, I think there has been in the last 2 decades much more emphasis on learning, which we were perhaps missing before this. And that emphasis on learning has led us to realize that learning outcomes are actually really low globally. And this is something that Sylvia also alluded to, and the work that UNESCO has done on this has been really instrumental, and also the work that is being done by OECD and other organizations. So we see that when you look at both learning and schooling, right, not just years of schooling, you see that globally we have a lot of disparities, and they unfortunately seem to be regionally focused somewhat, right? And when you look at globally comparable learning data, you find some quite sort of depressing numbers. So you see, for instance, that a grade 8 student, okay, will know very different, will be at very different levels of proficiencies depending on where in the world he or she is, right? So the same grade, grade 8, will have different levels of proficiencies depending on which country you're in. And in some countries, a grade 8 student knows very little in terms of proficiency compared to students in the same grade in other countries. And this sort of difference is really startling, right? And we know this difference because we have looked at learning assessment data and we have compared learning assessment data across countries. Now, this in some sense is a static picture. And you could argue that now that we have this insight that learning is so important, are we making progress? Are we really changing things? Now, again, fortunately, the work done by OECD, for instance, allows us to compare learning outcome over time, right? Now, this is, again, still very imperfect, but you could, for instance, ask yourself that at the current rate of progress, how long would it take a country to go from low proficiency to high proficiency, right? So how long, for instance, would it take Indonesia, which by all accounts, is not doing very badly in education, how long will it take Indonesia to reach the proficiency levels of an average OECD country, right? So an average developed country in Europe or North America. And when you do that, you actually find that the numbers are not great, right? So you see that it will take Indonesia at the current rate of change about 48 years to achieve the same proficiency level that an average OECD country has, and 74 in math and 74 years for reading, right? So not only is the static picture really depressing in some ways, the dynamic picture is also really concerning, right? So we are not making improvements at the rate that we need to make improvements. And this again echoes, I think, one of the figures that Sylvia showed earlier about how much better we need to do to close learning gaps by 2030, which is the SDG target, and how poorly we are doing, relatively speaking. So then the question is, why is it that countries have spent so much money, so much energy, so much political commitment on education, and yet we have so little to show for it in terms of learning? And one argument that you can make is that the reason learning levels are relatively low and much behind the access levels is partly because learning has so far been very invisible, right? So we haven't really, historically speaking, spent as much time measuring learning, spent as much resources measuring learning as we should have done, right? So you can again see this when you ask, which countries have robust national assessment data. Now here, I'm not talking about global benchmark data. I'm just talking about national assessment data. And you would see that there are still many countries in different parts of the world who don't have national assessment data that can be really used for policy. And this gap is even bigger post-primary, right? So countries are more likely to have some assessment data at the primary level, but then less likely to have assessment data post-primary. And this really makes a difference, right? This makes learning invisible. And when learning is invisible, then you don't get the same attention, the same resources, the same political pressure, the same technical innovation in this area that you would have done if learning measures were available, right? So I'll show you this using a very simple example, okay? So in Africa, so we looked at 3 countries in East Africa, and there was these assessments done to look at the achievement level among grade 4 students, right? So grade 4 students were given a grade 2 math test, okay? A grade 2 math test. And you see that many grade 4 students could not pass a grade 2 math test. And this number is really terrible in places like Tanzania and Uganda, where only 21% or 26% of grade 4 students were able to pass a grade 2 math test, right? So when you look at a number like this, you would say, oh, there's a lot that needs to be done to improve education. But then when you ask parents if they are satisfied with education quality, you see that most parents are satisfied, right? And this is the gap that I'm talking about. Parents are satisfied because they don't know that learning is so low. And they don't know that learning is so low because the learning measurement has not been done and has not been reported and disseminated. So it sort of creates this lack of information, and then that translates into lack of accountability within the system, lack of pressure within the system to improve learning. So we need to make learning visible, right? And the way to make learning visible is to have good, useful, over time learning measures. And there are 3 or 4 things that learning measures can do that make a huge difference in how education systems operate. So the first thing that they do is that learning measurement creates a culture of transparency and accountability within the education system. Now, in order to think about it, for accountability, we also need to be able to communicate the gaps in learning in a sort of really understandable way to the general public, to also to the policymakers, right? We cannot always be talking in very complicated technical language. We have to have a language for learning that is easily accessible for everybody. So some work that I have been involved in is this work on learning adjusted years of schooling. So the idea here is that we look at the years of schooling, which are very widely reported, and UNESCO actually reports the expected years of schooling for nearly all countries. And then you adjust those years of schooling for the quality of schooling, right? So this is related to the example that I showed you earlier, that how much is a year of schooling getting you in terms of actual learning, right? And when you do that exercise, when you adjust the years of schooling for learning, you see that you can actually quantify the gap, right? Especially when you compare this with the most high performing countries, right? So a year of schooling is getting you some level of skills in Switzerland or in Sweden, and they're not getting you the same level of skills elsewhere. So that kind of gap can be quantified, and you can see the gap to the frontier in the orange part of the bars. And that actually gives a framework, that gives a very easy language for policymakers, but also for the general public to understand how much more needs to be done and to track progress, right? So create accountability, but also create a sense of progress and a sense of improvement and change. So we think that this tool can sort of really help make learning visible, right? And this has then been used in the World Bank's Human Capital Index. So I'm not going to go into that, but Human Capital Index sort of looks at health and education and combines health and education measures to see how much is the country doing in terms of using its health and education systems to improve the productivity of future generations. And it gives you, again, a sense from the frontier, how far is the country from the frontier. But for the education part of the Human Capital Index, the learning adjusted years of schooling are the main ingredient. The other thing that metrics can do, learning measurement can do, is that it can reveal the inequalities within the system, right? So it's not just important to think about how is the average child doing or how is the system on the whole. It's also important to look within the system and see who is lagging behind, right? And learning measurement work that has been done has been really instrumental in seeing how some countries could be doing better, but are much more unequal within, right? So for instance, here I show how PISA data can be used to see how much inequality there is within the system and how different systems should be evaluated and should be held accountable, not just to have high levels of learning, but to have high levels of learning for all, have low inequality. And this concern is even more heightened with COVID-19, as you can imagine. Now, the final point that I want to make here is the very latest work that I've been involved in, which is to say, can we also then use learning measurement much more directly for policymaking and for guiding policy investments, right? So here what we've done is we have so much more information now from evaluations of education interventions. Now, as you can imagine, every government has limited resources, but then they have so many different types of investments that they can make, so many different types of policies and interventions that they can do. So how to decide what to do? Now, we can then use learning measures much more proactively to guide that decision making. So here what we are doing is we are looking at 150 education interventions that have good evaluation data, and we are translating the education impacts in terms of learning adjusted years of schooling gained, right? So then we can compare different interventions on a standardized metric and say, how many years of schooling, learning adjusted years of schooling, right? So learning quality years of schooling do you get through this investment, right? And using that metric, you can compare different investments. And you can do this even more effectively, go a step further and compare different interventions on cost effectiveness. So not just effectiveness, but cost effectiveness. So how much more learning adjusted years of schooling are you getting through a particular intervention per dollar spent, right? Now I want to echo Paul here. Paul had just mentioned that we also have to be careful when we use measurement in this way, because we cannot be simplistic about it. We have to, this is just one ingredient. This is just one guide. We have to then look at this guide in context. We have to contextualize it with local factors. We have to take into consideration many, many other things like feasibility, context, political acceptability, and so on. So this is not to say that we should just use this one thing to guide all education investments, but it can be a very useful tool to be in the mix, right? So a really quantitative, measurement-driven information point that governments can use when they're deciding where to spend their money. So in summary, in order to improve economic growth and economic development, we have to improve learning. There's no other way. And in order to improve learning, we have to make learning visible. It has to be visible to people. It has to be visible to policymakers. And that is where learning measurement is a really, really important tool. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Svetlana. Early in your presentation, you depicted a very depressing piece of information. It would take Indonesia half a century to catch up with average developed countries in OECD. So what should we do?
So yeah, no, it is depressing, but I think the first step to solving the problem is to know that there is a problem, and is to measure the extent of the problem. And that is, I think, what we are doing increasingly well. And conferences like this, discussions with policymakers like this are a great step. Now, what a country needs to do, I think, has to be driven by not just learning measurement information, but then also a better understanding of contextual features. And here I mentioned some of them. So one is to understand inequality within the system, right? So is it that the average child is doing poorly, or is it that there are a huge inequalities and disparities within the system? And then we have to look at the causes, right? So in World Bank's World Development Report 2018, we really discuss how countries can start solving the problem of the learning crisis. And here, we have to look at two layers. The first layer will be the education system layer. And here you have 4 ingredients. You have the school inputs, you have the teachers, you have the early childhood investment. So how prepared are children to learn? And finally, you have system level factors. So you have to look at each of those factors, see what the country is doing, see where it's lacking, and also see the global evidence on what are the best ways to prepare teachers, what are the best ways to prepare head teachers, and so on. But then I think a lot of times what World Development Report shows that it goes a level deeper than that also, which is that you have to look at whether the system is aligned towards learning, right? So all education systems have so many different parts. And sometimes what happens is that these complicated, different small parts start to work for their own goals, which are smaller, right? And they're not aligned together. So is your curriculum subsystem and your teacher training subsystem and your student assessment subsystem, are they all aligned? Are they talking to each other? Are they all aligned to the same goal of learning? So I think countries also have to do a lot of thinking at that level. So those would be my big recommendations, which are threefold. Look at where learning is falling short, right? So really analyze your learning assessment data. Then look at your education systems and look at the 4 important parts of the education system. And then go one layer deeper and look at the alignment of the different subsets within the education and broader system. Thanks.
Sure. Another follow-up question. Also, I noticed you mentioned that in one of the charts that you showed is that some African countries have very low learning adjusted years of school. Is this really because that the education output is not of a high quality, or is that because of, for instance, lack of data? So data is not there, so we were not able to measure an actual or an accurate number.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think for sub-Saharan Africa specifically, the first thing we have to realize is that sub-Saharan Africa is one area where still years of schooling, so just access to schooling, is still low, right? So there are millions of children who are still out of school. So when you look at the learning adjusted years of schooling, they're both ingredients are low, right? So learning is low, but so are years of schooling also low, right? So Africa has to make improvements on both dimensions. Whereas in contrast, if you think about Latin America or you think about Middle East and North Africa, you know, their years of schooling are quite high. Learning is where they need to improve. So with Africa, it's both. And then in terms of why learning is low, certainly learning measurement is below par. There much more needs to be done to measure learning. But I also think that it's the combination of a lack of resources as well, right? So their systems are still struggling with having adequate amounts of inputs. And then there are also some system level factors with accountability and incentives and so on.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Svetlana. Okay, our last but not least session, we have with us Dr. Nayaf Al-Jabri. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nayaf, and the title of his presentation will be Maximizing Education and Training Evaluation Commission Impact, Leveraging Data in a Holistic Approach. Dr. Nayaf is the General Manager of Research and Innovation. He has extensive academic, practical, and professional experience. He is currently the General Director of Research and Innovation at the Education and Training Evaluation Commission. Throughout his career, Dr. Nayaf has held a number of positions, including Deputy Minister for Planning and Development and Deputy Minister for Education at the Ministry of Education, Dean of College of Education at Taiba University. He has also led several developmental projects at the national level, both at Taiba University and at the Ministry of Education. He was a member of several boards of directors in ministries and government agencies, and in boards of trustees and advisory boards of universities. Dr. Nayaf received a PhD in Economics of Education from the University of Manchester, UK. His research interests included education economics and policies, and the application of quantitative methods to evaluate different alternatives on how to employ educational resources and improve cost effectiveness and performance of educational institutions. He published over 15 research papers and participated in a number of research projects nationally. Dr. Nayaf taught over 10 courses at master's and PhD levels and discussed many academic theses, of which he supervised 20. Dr. Nayaf.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sattam. I'm so glad to be in front of you this afternoon as in this well-respected panel with His Excellency Dr. Tariq Al-Shiddi and Dr. Sattam Al-Subai'i from the Saudi Commission for Data and Artificial Intelligence. I'm so prestigious to be with you. Dr. Sylvia Montoya from there, from Canada, Dr. Paulo Santiago from Paris, and Dr. Shwatlina Sabarwal from the United States. Please allow me, my colleague from outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and all of our all of the international audience to speak in Arabic language. It might be easy for me at the end of the session to speak in my mother tongue. فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته مرة أخرى، والعرض سيكون عن توسيع أثر هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب المدخل الشمولي للإفادة من البيانات. وحينما قلنا توسيع أثر هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، لأن أثر الهيئة لا يتوقف على إجراء عمليات التقويم
من خلال الاختبارات أو عمليات التقويم للمؤسسات التعليمية، وإنما ينبغي أن يستمر الأثر من خلال العناية بالبيانات التقويم والعناية بالتقارير وإتاحة بيانات التقويم كذلك للباحثين، حتى يعني كل باحث يتناولها من الزاوية الرؤية أو من النظرية التي يريد أن يعالجها من خلاله، فيكون الأثر واسع. العرض سنتحدث عموما عن البيانات في بيانات هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، واستراتيجية الهيئة في البيانات وكيف تتم عملية حوكمتها، وأيضا الشراكات سواء كانت شراكات محلية ودولية، وأيضا تمكين الباحثين وذوي العلاقة، وكذلك عرض نماذج لمؤشرات التعليم والتدريب، يعني وهي جزء من الداشبوردز التي تم تطويرها حتى الآن في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. طبعا لعلي أبدأ بتعريف ماذا نقصد بالإطار الشمولي للبيانات. يعني هو على الأقل الإطار الشمولي للبيانات يفترض أن ينطوي أو يتضمن 3 مكونات أساسية: منصة بيانات تحتوي على القدرات الأساسية من قواعد بيانات ومستودع بيانات، وأيضا عمليات التكامل بين البيانات، وكذلك ضوامن لجودة البيانات ودقتها وصحتها، وكذلك عمليات الحوكمة. أيضا المكون الثاني المهم في هذا الأمر هو علم البيانات وقدرات التحليل، يعني سواء كانت تحليلات وصفية أو تحليلات يعني تنبؤية أو تحليلات توجيهية يعني متقدمة من يعني الجوانب المتعلقة بالماشين ليرنينج أو غيرها من الأساليب التحليلية. ولعلنا عرضنا في ما سنعرضه في نهاية العرض ببعض الداشبورد يكشف لنا شيء من هذا الجانب. أيضا المكون الثالث المهم هو عرض البيانات نفسها وتمثيلها، يعني باستعمال ذكاء الأعمال ولوحات البيانات، ويعني كذلك عمليات التصوير البيانات سواء كان تصوير يعني متقدم أو تصوير بسيط للبيانات. ولعل طبعا هذا الشكل يعرض يعني تفكيرنا في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب في هذا الجانب. فلدينا ال3 المكونات الرئيسية: منصة البيانات وعلم البيانات وعرض البيانات، وطبعا المكونات الأساسية التي سبق الحديث عنها، وكيف أننا في قضية يعني منصة البيانات لدينا القرارات التشغيلية التي يعني يجب أن نعمل عليها بشكل جيد، وكذلك لدينا يعني في ما يتعلق بعلم البيانات نعمل غالبا على القرارات التكتيكية التي يمكن أن نخرج منها بدروس تضيء الطريق لقادة التعليم في المستويات المختلفة للاستفادة من البيانات في تحسين ممارسات التعليم. وفي قضايا عرض البيانات طبعا سنستفيد ويفترض أن يستفاد من التطور في تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات في إتاحة البيانات وإتاحة عرضها بطرق مختلفة، وكل هذا طبعا في النهاية سيصب كذلك في قرارات استراتيجية غالبا يعني على المستوى الوطني في بيانات التقويم التعليم والتدريب. لعلنا طبعا يعني مع بعض نقف قليلا ونستوحي شيء مما قيل في أهمية البيانات. هو غير غائب علي يعني غير غائبة عنكم أهمية البيانات، لا سيما مع ما يحدث يعني وبشكل متسارع من تقدم في إدارة البيانات الكبيرة، مما يمكن اقتباسه مثلا من اليونسكو أن بيانات التعلم عند ربطها بجوانب الجودة الأخرى كالسياق المجتمعي وبيئة التعلم والتعليم وسمات المتعلم يمكن أن تكشف عن العوامل ذات الأثر الأكبر في مخرجات التعلم. ولعل ما قدمه قبل قليل يعني الدكتور باولو سانتياغو كشف عن شيء مما هذا، والإطار الذي تعمل عليه منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية، وكذلك يعني ما قدمته دكتور سيلفيا مونتويا وكذلك دكتور سباورل يعني كشف عن شيء من هذا الجانب. تحليل بيانات التعلم يعد أداة طبعا الأساسية للتغيير والمبني على الدليل، ومهم جدا حقيقة أن نبني أن نجتهد في الوصول إلى الدليل، ومما يساعدنا على الدليل البيانات، خصوصا إذا كانت بيانات تقويم فيها قياس المدخلات وفيها قياس كذلك للمخرجات، وتتميز بكونها يعني بيانات تجريبية أو بيانات تجربة طبيعية، يعني في حقيقتها أكثر من كونها بيانات يعني لاتجاهات عامة أو لبيانات لتجربة ليست تجربة طبيعية. ومما يقال أيضا في هذا الجانب البيانات المصادر المتعددة توجه القرارات المتعلقة بالتعليم الرسمي بما يعزز نواتج التعلم. طبعا هذه من أبرز الاستخدامات اللي ممكن يعني برضو نمر عليها بشكل سريع للبيانات، منها قياس مخرجات التعليم والتدريب، وكذلك الموائمة بين المخرجات واحتياجات سوق العمل، وتحقق الكفاءة الداخلية كذلك للتعليم وكيف يمكن توظيف الموارد التوظيف الأفضل، والعوامل المؤثرة في نظام التعليم والتدريب بصفة عامة، وكذلك يعني محاولة الإضاءة لجهود تحسين التعليم وردم الفجوات. وبعض من هذه الفجوات هي يعني سبق يعني ذكرها في عرض البنك الدولي قبل قليل. هذه طبعا في تشخيصنا لواقع البيانات في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب وكيف مصادرها المختلفة. طبعا في اليمين المصادر الداخلية في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، لأن هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب تقوم على 4 مراكز تمارس عمليات التقويم في الميدان، بداية بالمركز الوطني للقياس، والمركز الوطني للتقويم والاعتماد الأكاديمي، والمركز الوطني للتقويم والتميز المدرسي، وكذلك المركز الوطني للتقويم واعتماد التدريب. هناك يعني يكون جمع البيانات المختلفة، ومن الطرف الآخر هناك البيانات الأخرى يعني التي يلزم الوصول لها والحصول عليها من جهات الحكومية الأخرى. طبعا أبرزها وزارة يعني التعليم والمؤسسة العامة للتدريب التقني والمهني، وكذلك وزارة الموارد البشرية من خلال البيانات المتعلقة بالتوظيف، وكذلك يعني غيرها من مقاييس أثر التعليم على المستوى الاجتماعي والاقتصادي، والهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي وغيرها من الجهات، وطبعا الهيئة العامة للإحصاء في المملكة العربية السعودية. طبعا فضلا على الشراكة مع المنظمات الدولية من ناحيتين. طبعا نحن لدينا شراكات بالذات مع منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية لبناء قواعد البيانات، لكن أيضا المنظمات الدولية التي تجري دراسات التقويم الدولية تتعامل مع هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، ولذلك فهي في هذا الجانب أيضا تعتبر مهم. في يعني من المهم أن نلبي احتياجاتها في البيانات، ونحن نبني مخازن البيانات في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. طبعا في تحليلنا كذلك لأبرز المستفيدين من بيانات هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، طبعا إدارات الهيئة الداخلية، مراكز الهيئة، الجهات الحكومية الأخرى المختلفة التي تستفيد من بيانات هيئة يعني من بيانات التي تجمع من خلال هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، أو الهيئة نفسها تستفيد من بعض بياناتها. كذلك مزودي الخدمات التعليم والتدريب في المستويات المختلفة، في مستوى طبعا الوطني على مستوى وزارة التعليم والمؤسسة العامة للتدريب التقني والمهني، أو غيرها طبعا من قطاعات التدريب التي لا تنتمي لمؤسسة التدريب التقني والمهني، وكذلك على مستوى يعني التكتيكي الأكثر، سواء كان على مستوى إدارات التعليم أو على مستوى المدارس. ولدينا كذلك المنظمات الدولية ومراكز البحوث، ومع مراكز البحوث طبعا المجموعات البحثية والباحثين أنفسهم، يعني نوفر لهم البيانات، وستكون أيضا وفرة البيانات لهم بطريقة أفضل مع تدريب أصلا لهؤلاء على العمل على البيانات كما سيتضح. الطلبة والمتدربين، لأن يعني يفترض أن أيضا بياناتنا توفر ما يسمى بروفايل للطلبة والمتدربين بإمكانهم الاطلاع على الأشياء التي تخصهم، وأيضا أولياء الأمور، لأن من المهم يعني مشاركة أولياء الأمور بالبيانات. ومن أولياء الأمور طبعا المجتمع المكبر، حينما يعني تجمع بيانات التقويم ستنشر بيانات التقويم لغرض ترشيد القرارات في المستوى المختلفة، سواء في المستوى الأسري أو حتى المجتمعي أو حتى في المستوى المؤسسي. ولذلك طبعا رؤية هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب للبيانات أن توفر شاشات معلومات محدثة وشاملة ودقيقة، وتقارير أداء محدثة وشاملة ودقيقة، بيانات موحدة موثوقة أيضا شاملة ومحدثة، نتائج تحليلات أساسية ومتقدمة، ومقارنات دولية محدثة موثوقة، وتوفير أدوات تحليل أساسية ومتقدمة، وتدريب ونقل المعرفة في مجال البيانات. ولعل طبعا يعني كان ربما من يعني على هامش المؤتمر وقبل بدايته عقدت أكثر من 20 ورشة تدريبية، كانت في معظمها في التدريب على بيانات الهيئة وكيفية العمل على البيانات الهيئة، وفيها طبعا التحاق كامل كبير من قبل الباحثين من داخل المملكة وحتى خارج المملكة العربية السعودية. طبعا هذه استراتيجية هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، والمعتمدة من مجلس إدارة هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، وفيها تأكيد يعني بشكل واضح في الهدف الاستراتيجي الرابع على أهمية البيانات والخطوات الأساسية التي تعمل يعني من أجلها يعني على البيانات، وعلى أساسها طبعا سيتم تطوير يعني إطار البيانات في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. وبصفة عامة طبعا من خلال الخطوات المختلفة، طبعا العملية تبدأ بجمع البيانات وكذلك طبعا تصنيفها وتوفير البيانات طبعا في المستويات المختلفة، ثم تكوين إدارة المستودعات والتحليل الأساسي، وكذلك تصميم المعايير ومنهجيات المؤشرات، ثم التحليل المتقدم من ذكاء اصطناعي و ما يسمى تعلم الآلة، وعرض ونشر النتائج والمؤشرات التحليلية المختلفة، ثم أيضا توفير البيانات النظيفة المفتوحة التي يسمح يعني للباحثين التعامل معها، أو حتى البيانات التي عليها قيود مع طبعا ضمان الالتزام بتلك القيود إذا ما أريد توفيرها للباحثين أو حتى للقطاعات المختلفة أو يعني المؤسسات الحكومية غير هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. هذا كله يحدث في إطار حوكمة وتجويد للبيانات، ويحدث كذلك في إطار تدريب ونقل للمعرفة في الجانبين حقيقة، في جانب يعني داخلي لهيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، وكذلك في الجانب الآخر المتعلق بتدريب الباحثين والمستفيدين من البيانات، سواء كانوا طبعا يعني مباحثين أفراد أم كانوا قطاعات أو مؤسسات مختلفة. حوكمة البيانات وسياستها، لعل طبعا في هذا الجانب نحن بالتأكيد سنلتزم بما هو مقر في الهيئة الوطنية للأمن السيبراني وما يسمى بروتوكول الإشارة الضوئية، والبيانات تصنف هناك على أنها مستويات مختلفة، بيانات شخصية للمستلم فقط، وهي البيانات طبعا غالبا التي فيها كشف عن هويات الأشخاص، وهي يعني يفترض أنها للشخص المعني مباشرة. بيانات طبعا محدودة التداول أو محدودة يعني التبادل لأغراض رسمية أو بحثية من جهات ذات صفة اعتبارية حكومية أو غير حكومية، لكن حينما طبعا هناك أيضا بيانات مشاركة في المجتمع نفسه وتكون بشكل مباشر مع الجهات والمراكز التابعة للهيئة وخارجها، وذلك لمساعدتها على تنفيذ أعمالها. أما البيانات المفتوحة فهي البيانات التي ليس فيها تعريف بالشخصيات وليس فيها يعني شيء مما يضر بأعمال المؤسسية في القطاعات المختلفة، وبالتالي لا ضير من مشاركة تلك البيانات مع الباحثين ومع المستفيدين في الخارج. بعضها طبعا ستكون بيانات بشكل مؤشرات وتقارير يعني يمكن الاستفادة منها من خلال لوحات البيانات، وبعضها أيضا ستكون بيانات مجدولة يعني وربما بيانات مفصلة على المستوى المصغر لغرض أن يستفيد منها يعني الباحثين أو حتى الجهات المختلفة التي تريد أن تجري بحوثا فيما يتعلق بالبيانات. وهذا قائمة بممن نعمل معهم بشراكة عميقة: وزارة التعليم، المؤسسة العامة للتدريب التقني والمهني، مكتب تحقيق كفاءة الإنفاق، لديهم توقعات ولدينا معهم يعني اجتماعات مستمرة، منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية، يعني هم شريك استراتيجي لنا فيما يتعلق بصياغة استراتيجية البيانات في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، وكيف يمكن يعني لها أن فعلا توسع أثر هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. الهيئة العامة للإحصاء وبياناتها يستفاد منها في على أصعدة مختلفة، ونستفيد منها كذلك في تقرير حالة التعليم وفي غيره من التقارير، أو حتى في اختيار العينات. المركز الوطني لقياس أداء الأجهزة الحكومية، الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي، والمركز الوطني للعمل، والهيئة السعودية للملكية الفكرية، لأننا نجمع أيضا منها مؤشرات متعلقة ببراءات الاختراع لمنسوبي مؤسسات التعليم العالي. ننتقل للجزء طبعا قبل الأخير، وهو حديثنا عن البيانات ولماذا البيانات للبحوث، وهي واحدة من الاستراتيجيات التي نعمل عليها، لأنها مما نراها وسيلة مباشرة لتوسيع أثر هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب فعلا، ومساعدة كذلك للوصول للدليل العلمي الذي يمكن أن يبنى عليه قرارات تحسين التعليم والتدريب. ونحن طبعا نعتبر بيانات هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب أو بيانات التقويم عموما بيانات قيمتها عالية جدا، فهي بيانات تجارب طبيعية، وهي بالتالي أرقى أنواع البيانات. وحينما نقول تجارب طبيعية، حينما يختبر الطلبة مثلا في اختبار معين على مدى واسع في المملكة العربية السعودية، فالأمور بطبيعتهم الطلبة وجدوا في ذلك المكان، وحينما تجمع بيانات إضافية من الطلبة سيكون هناك مقياسين: مقياس للمخرجات ومقاييس أخرى تتعلق بالعمليات والمدخلات، وهذا يمكن من عمليات تحليلية متقدمة جدا. والبيانات في النهاية بيانات تجريبية، لأن لم أحد يؤثر على توزيع الطلبة بهذه الطريقة، وهي أيضا بيانات تقويم باعتبار أنها تتضمن مقاييس للمخرجات ومقاييس طبعا ذات مستوى عالي من الصدق، فضلا طبعا عن أنها بيانات يفترض أن تكون بيانات ذات طبيعة عرضية، ذات طبيعة طولية مثلا، وفيها كذلك تتبع لأفواج الطلبة. طبعا من يعني الهيئة تعمل بشكل جيد على البحوث منذ يعني عدة أعوام، والبحوث التي نفذت حتى الآن إما أن تكون بحوث منهجية هدفها تطوير يعني آليات القياس والتقويم، أو تطوير عمليات التقويم نفسه وإجراءاته، أو أنها بحوث يعني تتعلق بالعملية التعليمية، تتعلق بما يجري داخل المدارس وما يجري في غرف الصف، أو أنها بحوث يعني تتعلق بسياسة التعليم. في الجوانب المختلفة من المهم توفير البيانات الخام والمنسقة للباحثين طبعا الصادقة، كذلك من المهم تمكين الباحثين لإجراء التحليلات الأساسية والمتقدمة، ومنها تعلم الآلة والذكاء الاصطناعي. فاللوحات المؤشرات ستتيح للباحث أن يعني يستكشف البيانات، يعرف وين مواطن البحث التي يمكن أن يجريها، وبالتالي يبدأ يستدل على كيف ممكن أن يعمل قبل أن يبدأ العمل على البيانات الدقيقة. وطبعا هذا من خلال توفير منصة لاستكشاف البيانات. يعني هذا مثلا البحوث التي نشرت من عام 2012 إلى 2020، 45 بحث نشر في مجلات علمية محكمة بالاستناد على بيانات تقويم هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. يعني قرابة نصفها منشور في مجلات مصنفة ISI، يعني من المجلات اللي تعتبر أبر تير يعني في العالم فيما يتعلق بجودة النشر العلمي. وغالبا طبعا تلك البحوث بحوث منهجية، بمعنى أن ما جمعت من بيانات في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب أسهمت فعلا في تقدم المعرفة البشرية. أكثر من 300 بحث، تقارير بحثية عملت بالاستناد على بيانات الهيئة خلال الأعوام الماضية. وهذه أمثلة من التقارير التي عملت في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، قائمة فيها 10 تقارير. يعني بنمر الآن على بعضها منها أمثلة فقط كيف صنفت على الداشبورد، بحيث أن يعني يستطيع المستفيد أن يطلع عليها كما هي في لوحة المؤشرات ويستكشفها ويخرج بما يريده أحيانا من معلومات في تلك التقارير. يعني لو بنروح مثلا لتقرير حالة التعليم، وصدرت أول نسخة من تقرير حالة التعليم والتدريب في عام 2019، لدينا مثلا أحد المؤشرات، المؤشر 211، نسبة القيد الإجمالي في التعليم العالي. طبعا هذا هو الطلبة كلهم المسجلين في التعليم العالي، قسمة على السكان من هم في سن التعليم العالي، اللي أعمارهم طبعا السكان اللي أعمارهم من 18 إلى 22. لو نشوف هنا مثلا البنين والبنات كيف كنا مثلا في عام 2016 مثلا الذكور كانوا نسبة القيد 66.5%، والإناث كانوا 66.7%. تبدل الحال إلى حد ما مثلا في عام 2018 أصبحت يعني الإناث 66% والذكور 67%. طبعا هذه نسبة عالية تعتبر للقيد في التعليم العالي في المملكة العربية السعودية، وتحققت بفضل الله في السنوات الماضية. لكن موجود يعني هذا مثال على أحد المؤشرات اللي موجود في تقرير حالة التعليم في المملكة العربية السعودية. هذا مثال آخر على مؤشر مثلا الأداء في اختبار كفايات المعلمين، وكيف أن الأداء مثلا في اختبار كفايات المعلمين بدأ في شيء من التراجع في عام 2018 مقارنة مثلا في عام 2015. والاختبار هذا بطبيعته يعني يغطي مدى واسع من التخصصات، باعتبار أن المعلمين تخصصاتهم متنوعة. هذا مثلا مؤشر قبول، وهو طبعا أداء الطلبة في اختبار القدرات والاختبار التحصيلي في نهاية المرحلة الثانوية، وكيف يعني أداء كل مدرسة من المدارس، بشرط طبعا المدرسة يكون فيها عينة كافية من الطلبة. يعني إذا وجد فيها عدد كافي من الطلبة فهذا معناته أنها تصنف من ضمن المدارس. طبعا اللي بيدخل على هذا المؤشر يجد خيارات كثيرة جدا. هذه منطقة الرياض مثلا، الأفضل المدارس ترتيبا في منطقة الرياض، أعوام مختلفة. طبعا بإمكانه يعني يعمل الحكومي فقط، يعمل الأهلي فقط، يعمل عليهم كلهم مثلا، بإمكانه يشوف مدارس البنين ومدارس البنات. طبعا في خيارات كثيرة جدا في الداشبورد في هذا الجانب. هنا مثلا إذا ممكن نختار يعني خريطة المدارس مثلا في مدن المملكة، نروح مثلا لكل مدينة من المدن ونذهب إلى مدرسة معينة ونحصل مثلا على هذا المؤشر الخاص بأداء المدرسة في الاختبار. مثلا إذا كان مثلا ولي الأمر يرغب في يعني انتقل إلى مدينة معينة أو يرغب في بداية العام أن يختار مدرسة ثانوية لابنه، فبإمكانه أن يذهب إلى هذا المؤشر، يتجول في المدارس التي تقع في مدينته، ثم يعرف أي المدارس أفضل أداء في اختبار القدرات واختبار التحصيلي، فيكون طبعا ربما هي هدف له إذا أراد أن يستهدفها كمدرسة. فهي مما يساعد حقيقي، طبعا تساعد على الأصعدة المختلفة البيانات هذه، ومن الطبيعي أنها طبعا تفيد في مستويات مختلفة، بدءا من قيادة المدرسة نفسها وانتهاء بوزارة التعليم. هذا مثال آخر على مثلا داشبورد لنشر نتائج تقويم أداء المدارس، وهو تقويم أجري من خلال هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب من خلال مركز تميز لمجموعة أكثر من 700 مدرسة لتقييم أدائها بصفة عامة وفقا لمعايير التقويم المعتمدة في المدارس. وهذا طبعا تصنيف للمدارس مستوياتها المختلفة، وبالإمكان طبعا اختيار بحسب يعني المجال وبحسب المنطقة وبحسب نوع المدرسة وغيرها من الخيارات. وهذا اللي نقول إنه يعني للمستفيدين يعني أهدافهم المختلفة سيجدون الكثير من الفائدة في تلك البيانات. مثال آخر مثلا مستوى أداء الطلبة في الاختبار التحصيلي اللي نفذ من خلال طبعا في اختبار الوطنية، هو التقويم الوطني لنواتج التعلم، نفذ في المرحلة الابتدائية والمرحلة المتوسطة العلوم والرياضيات. وهذه مستويات الأداء المختلفة للطلبة وتصنيفهم، وكيف طبعا اللي بيلاحظ يعني ان عموما يعني الطالبات يتواجدن مثلا في المستويات الافضل بنسب اكبر مقارنه مثلا بالطلاب. ربما هذا طبعا مثال على التحليلات المتقدمه. هذا من نتائج اداء طلبه المملكه العربيه السعوديه في بيزا 2018 في القراءه والعلوم والرياضيات، وفي اليمين توزيعهم على مستويات الاداء. هنا طبعا إذا أردنا مقارنة طلبة المملكة أو إذا أردنا مثلا مقارنة في الفرق بين أداء البنين وأداء البنات في المملكة العربية السعودية مقارنة بدول منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية، ولاحظوا مثلا أن المملكة العربية السعودية ربما تكون من أكثر الدول فرقا في الأداء بين البنين والبنات. حتى الرياضيات يعني في العالم الرياضيات غالبا البنين أدائهم أفضل من أداء البنات، لكن في المملكة العربية السعودية لا، أداء البنات أيضا أفضل في الرياضيات من أداء البنين. طيب، وهذا طبعا مثلا مؤشر من يعني ذكرنا احنا بعض العمليات التحليليه الدقيقه، مثلا هذا مؤشر يربط بين المستوى الاجتماعي الاقتصادي وبين اداء الدوله في المتوسط في اختبار بيزا. مثلا لو رسمنا خط انحدار في المنتصف سنجد ان المملكه العربيه السعوديه تعتبر نيجاتيف ريزيدوال، يعني من البواقي السلبيه، وبمعنى وكأن طلبه المملكه العربيه السعوديه لا يؤدون بحسب ما يتوقع منهم وفق المستويات الاجتماعيه الاقتصاديه. ولعن طبعا هذا يعمل صدى ايضا ان المملكه العربيه السعوديه بصفه عامه لا تؤدي في بيزا بقدر يعني مكانتها الاقتصاديه وبقدر ما تنفق على التعليم. شكرا لكم وارجو ان لم اكن اطيل عليكم.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nayaf. That was very informative and rich experience. It's very entertaining to see the Saudi experience when it comes to the evaluation of education. If you allow me, we'll spend a couple of minutes to take the questions from our viewers, which we thank them. We received tens of questions, and our colleagues did a great job in ordering them and clustering them. And I'll just ask them without specific format. So I'll just read those questions. So there's a question for Dr. Sylvia. The viewer says, what does learning assessment data reveal so far in terms of progress to achieving the Education 2030 agenda, particularly with regards to the MENA region? Dr. Sylvia?
Yes, thank you so much. And that's quite a good question. I think it was a good elaboration. Unfortunately, the data shows to us that we're not progressing at a pace that is good, so enough. We have still many excluded kids that we are actually thinking that they are not acquiring the learning skills, but also the systems are not showing enough improvement. We really need to do a huge effort, and especially in the kids that are the most disadvantaged. So the data shows that the progress is really not good, and for the reason, this is a concern of all of us regarding that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Another question in different matter, Dr. Paulo.
a viewer is asking, how can the research communities be engaged in support of evidence-based policies and practices?
Thank you for the question. Very good question. I mean, in a range of ways. First of all, by being provided access to the data that is generated by the system. So all issues about privacy of data need to be dealt with in the systems, and then restricted use options could be provided to the researchers. So having access to the raw data to actually perform research. Also being provided incentives by the education authorities themselves that can have education research plans, whereby they commission research to education researchers. And then generally as advisors in advisory groups to implement particular types of policies in which they're experts, and more generally also in following reforms and evaluating the implementation of those reforms.
Great, amazing. Thank you, Doctor. Another question, this time is for Dr. Svetlana. So I think it's a great question. So the viewer is asking, how can global metrics be made more accessible to students, parents, and schools in order to convey important information on the quality of education? And do you have examples of initiatives that aim to engage key stakeholders, inform them of their performance based on global metrics, and empower them with the information to affect change?
It's a great question. It's also a tough question. I hope my other panelists can also come in if needed. So I think global metrics can play a role. Like you said, I think they can create this surge, right, of pressure from the ground up. A key ingredient for that would be dissemination, right? So the one thing global metrics need to do is that not only should they be transparent and meaningful, they should also be intuitive. People should be able to understand what they mean. And I think sometimes the global community emphasizes so much the first part, but doesn't emphasize so much the easy understandability, the intuitiveness of the measure. And then, you know, I think the global community and the local community has to then invest in dissemination, right? Which I think we're getting much better at. We have more tools now than we used to earlier. We have social media, and young people have much more access to these tools than they used to have. And there's also average level of education is higher. So I think if we construct the metrics right and we invest in dissemination, I think it will reach people. In terms of local salience, I really like the point that Paulo made earlier. It's that it has to be a combination of global and local, right? It cannot just be what the country is doing as a whole. I think people are much more likely to respond when it is also linked to their community, their state, their schools. So I think people should find a balance between those two. If people are only communicating global, then a lot of people, local people may feel, you know, this is not something where I can intervene. And the final point that I will make is that doing more, it's not only about disseminating what we produce, it's also about involving local policymakers and local community in the conversation, right? So it has to be a conversation. So we have to give local stakeholders a way to respond back to us. And I think, again, we're getting better and better. And some of the work that I know Sylvia is leading does involve making sure that the voices that have been excluded so far are included in this discussion. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Svetlana. Your Excellency, Dr. Tarek, I received a couple of questions. People seems to be excited about the role of NDMO. I'll just read two questions. I think they are related to each other. So the first is what are the measures being taken by the Saudi Data and AI Authority to encourage the use of data by various stakeholders? Is data freely available? Second question is, does SADAIA, Saudi Data and AI Authority, play a role in overseeing the use of personal data by the private sector?
Let me start with the second question. For the person, this is actually, if we go back to the two main function for the NDMO is the data management and personal data protection. So for the data management, actually, it's cover only the government agencies. But for the personal data protection, actually, we cover both the public entities and private sector. So yes, we oversee the both of them.
Great, amazing. The first question was related to, is data freely available? I think
Actually, we are only 1 year old, so don't rush for that. So we have the open data policy now, and it's it should be effective now. Also, we have the more important one is the data sharing policy. Data sharing policy will ensure that the data will be shared by the government entities. So the question here, and this is the important part of it, actually, people, entrepreneurs looking for the data, most likely from the private sector. And in fact, until now, we don't have a mandate over the data of the private sector. But we are trying to ease the process. So we leave it to the sectors themselves to arrange that.
Great. دكتور نياف، السؤال هذا يعني أعتقد سؤال مهم جدا. الأخ الكريم يسأل: ما هي المناهج التي تتبعها السعودية ودول العالم لمواجهة التداعيات المستقبلية لأزمة كورونا في ظل حالة عدم اليقين والغموض؟ وما تأثير ذلك على مستقبل صنع السياسات العامة في عالم ما بعد كورونا؟ أعتقد في أكثر من شخص سأل عن موضوع كورونا وكيف تأثيره على عملية تقويم التعليم، و I think يستحق يعني نركز عليه في آخر جزئية من الجلسة.
شكرا دكتور سطام. طبعا قد يكون موضوع البيانات مختلف إلى حد ما عن طبيعة السؤال، لكن هناك تجربة لهيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب يجب يعني وبرزت فعلا في اللقاء الافتتاحي يوم أمس من قبل معالي رئيس هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب. بالرغم من جائحة كورونا، يعني هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب استطاعت تنفيذ الاختبار التحصيلي عن بعد بالاستفادة من التقدم في تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات وكذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي، وكانت تجربة يعني فعلا فريدة حتى على مستوى العالم. فالشيء الناحية الأخرى، وهذا يجري حاليا في الفصل الحالي، الزملاء في المركز الوطني للتقويم والاعتماد الأكاديمي ينفذون الزيارات أو عفوا عمليات تقويم برامج والمؤسسات التعليم العالي، وكأن الوضع لم يثنهم أبدا عن جدولة برامجهم. طبعا جزء منها أن إذا احتاجوا للزيارات الميدانية فتتم أيضا الزيارات الميدانية باستعمال كذلك يعني التقدم في تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات. لكن إذا السؤال بصفة العامة، يعني درس واحد تعلمناه من كورونا والعالم كله تعلم هذا الدرس، أن التعليم يجب أن يستمر والتقويم يجب أن يستمر طبعا. والشيء الآخر أيضا اللي يعني يفترض أنه يعني العالم تعلمه، أنه أتى الوقت بأن يعني نظم التعليم في العالم عليها أن تطور نظم إدارة التعلم فتصبح جاهزة لتلك النظم، لا سيما أن الحديث منذ زمن ليس بالقصير يعني عن ما تعد به تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات من برمجة التعلم وغيرها مما يمكن أن يصبح أفضل لعملية التعلم. لكن حينما أتت الأزمة اكتشفنا أننا العالم كله ليس بالمستوى المأمول، فلعل هذا هو الدرس الأساسي.
وقد تكون جائحة كورونا فرصة للعالم أجمع في تحسين أنظمته الإلكترونية وبالتالي خلق بيانات إضافية ستكون مساعدة إن شاء الله في تنفيذ المبادرات البشرية بإذن الله. We are concluding our session, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the audience for bearing with us this evening during this rich thematic session. I also would like to thank the Education and Training Evaluation Commission for organizing this conference. And also, I would like to quote Dr. Svetlana. She said, learning is invisible. And I think she also said data and metrics will make the learning visible. So with that, we conclude our session. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
شكرا معاليكم. Thank you, Your Excellency. حضورنا الكرام, our distinguished guests. شكرا لحسن استماعكم. بهذا تنتهي جلستنا ما قبل الختامية في المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب. نلقاكم في الجلسة الختامية ومراسم اختتام المؤتمر بعد توقف قصير قدره 5 دقائق. Thank you for your participation in the session. We will meet you again for our final session after a 5-minute short break. Thank you. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور ومتابعين من خلف الشاشات، أهلا بكم من جديد في الجلسة الختامية للمؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب. اسمحوا لي الآن بتقديم القراءة العامة للمؤتمر، يليها ذكر لبعض الإحصائيات والأرقام الخاصة به. انطلقت بداية المؤتمر يوم أمس بكلمة لمعالي رئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب الدكتور أحمد العيسى، وكانت ضافية ذات بعد دولي ونظرة استراتيجية للتعليم والتدريب لتواكب رئاسة المملكة العربية السعودية لمجموعة ال20. وطرح المؤتمر موضوعا رئيسيا عن تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي، وتعددت محاور جلساته لتشمل تجربة هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب خلال جائحة فيروس كورونا، وتنفيذ عمليات التقويم وفحص الجودة في المدارس، كما شملت جلسة بعنوان تقويم واعتماد برامج التعليم والتدريب التقني والمهني. ثم اختتم اليوم الأول بجلسة المتحدث الرئيس والتي كانت بعنوان العائد الاقتصادي لجودة التعليم. فيما ناقشت جلسات اليوم الثاني للمؤتمر عناوين عدة، شملت جلسة المتحدث الرئيس الثاني بعنوان تنفيذ التجديد التربوي على المستوى الوطني، وجلسة بعنوان تقويم نواتج التعلم في التعليم العالي، وجلسة الإفادة من بيانات التقويم من خلال البحوث والتقارير. شارك في تقديم الأوراق العلمية لجلسات المؤتمر 51 خبيرا دوليا ومسؤولون من منظمات الأمم المتحدة ومحاضرون من الجامعات الدولية والإقليمية والمحلية، من المتخصصين في الاقتصاد والتعليم والتدريب والتقويم والقياس والاعتماد الأكاديمي والمؤسسي. وأدار جلسات المؤتمر كل من معالي رئيس هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب الدكتور حسام زمان، ومعالي نائب وزير الموارد البشرية والتنمية الاجتماعية للعمل الدكتور عبد الله أبو اثنين، ومعالي نائب وزير الاقتصاد والتخطيط الأستاذ فيصل الإبراهيم، ومعالي رئيس جامعة الأميرة نورة بنت عبد الرحمن الدكتورة إيناس العيسى، ومدير عام مكتب التربية العربي لدول الخليج الدكتور علي بن عبد الخالق القرني، وسعادة مستشار أول هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب الدكتور محمد الزغيبي، وسعادة مشرف عام برنامج استشراف مركز المعلومات الوطني الدكتور سطام السبيعي. أما الآن نستعرض عددا من الأرقام والإحصائيات المتعلقة بهذا المؤتمر. شاركنا 57 خبيرا دوليا ومسؤولون من منظمات الأمم المتحدة ومحاضرون من الجامعات الدولية والإقليمية والمحلية، من المتخصصين في الاقتصاد والتعليم والتدريب والتقويم والقياس والاعتماد الأكاديمي والمؤسسي على النحو التالي: عدد الخبراء والأكاديميين المتحدثين 25 خبيرا، عدد المحاضرين في ورش العمل 32 محاضرا، نسبة إشغال ورش العمل 100% بعدد 840 متدربا من 8 دول مختلفة، ساعات المؤتمر الإجمالية 13 ساعة، ساعات التدريب 93 ساعة على مدى 4 أيام، عدد وسائل الإعلام المحلية والدولية التي قامت بتغطية الحدث 49 وسيلة، عدد المسجلين في المؤتمر 11,005 مسجلين، حضور جلسات المؤتمر على المنصة الافتراضية 33,045 مشاركا بالحضور عن بعد من خلال المتصفحات وتطبيق المؤتمر ومواقع التواصل الاجتماعي من جميع قارات العالم من 60 دولة. متوسط الحضور للجلسة الواحدة 4,130 مشاركا. إجمالي مشاهدي البث المباشر على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي 92,000 مشاهد. مجموع مشاهدات مقاطع الفيديو على منصة تويتر 267,000 مشاهد خلال الشهر. أعلى حضور في جلسة واحدة 6,430 مشاركا في جلسة تقويم واعتماد برامج التعليم والتدريب التقني والمهني. عدد متصفحي الموقع الإلكتروني منذ إطلاق المؤتمر وورش العمل 210,000 متصفح. أما عن أعلى ورش العمل زيارة من الجمهور في موقع تسجيل ورش العمل فكانت على النحو التالي: الأولى مراجعة عملية لنواتج التعلم على مستوى البرامج والمقررات وفقا لمصفوفة مراجعة 400 وزائر للصفحة. الثانية استخدام طريقة تسجيل النقاط دي في التقويمات واسعة النطاق 276 زائرا للصفحة. الثالثة التحليل متعدد المستويات 273 زائرا للصفحة. الرابعة التقويم الذاتي للمدرسة 252 زائرا للصفحة. الخامسة تطبيق المعايير وتقويمها التعليم والتعلم 242 زائرا للصفحة. عدد المسجلين الإجمالي بالورش 840 متدربا من 8 دول. عدد الورش الإجمالي 21 ورشة عمل. عدد المسجلين لكل ورشة 40 مسجلا. أما عن التواجد الجغرافي للمشاركين في ورش العمل 90% من المشاركين كانوا من دول الشرق الأوسط و10% من بقية دول العالم من المهتمين بالتقويم وجودة التعليم والتدريب. أما الآن أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، تستمعون للجلسة الختامية للمؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعليم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. يقدم فيها معالي الدكتور حسام بن عبد الوهاب زمان رئيس هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب البيان الختامي للمؤتمر. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite His Excellency Dr. Hussam Zaman, the President of Education and Training Evaluation Commission, ETEC, to present the conference closing session. فليتفضل معاليكم مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. البيان الختامي للمؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعلم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ترفع هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب ممثلة في مجلس إدارتها وكافة موظفيها والمشاركين في هذا المؤتمر أسمى آيات الشكر والامتنان إلى مقام سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أيده الله، وإلى سمو سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز ولي العهد وزير الدفاع حفظه الله، على الموافقة الكريمة بإقامة هذا المؤتمر الدولي على هامش أعمال مجموعة ال20، وعلى الدعم الدائم والنوعي من القيادة الكريمة للارتقاء بجودة التعليم والتدريب ورفع كفايتهما، بما يسهم في تحقيق الرفاه وتعزيز التنمية الاقتصادية والمنافسة العالمية. أيها السيدات والسادة، لقد قضينا يومين حافلين ومثمرين في ورش العمل والجلسات العلمية الثرية، ويمكن تلخيص البيان الختامي للمؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب في 6 محاور، وهي كالتالي: أولاً، تجديد التعليم وتطويره لدعم النمو الاقتصادي. جودة التعليم هي الأهم، ليس كميته، ويتجلى ذلك في إجادة المتعلم لما تعلمه من معارف ومهارات وقدرته على توظيفها، وهي التي تتنبأ بإنتاجيته حينما يلتحق بسوق العمل، وبحسب إنتاجيته سيكون دخله ورفاهه الاقتصادي. والأمر نفسه ينسحب على المستوى المجتمعي، فكلما تحسنت جودة التعليم في المجتمع نمى اقتصاده بمعدلات أعلى، وبالتالي فإن الاستراتيجيات الوطنية للتعليم يجب ألا تتوقف عند مجرد ضمان التحاق الأطفال بالمدارس، بل يجب ضمان أنهم يجدون تعليما جيدا من خلال العناية بعمليات التقويم والاستثمار في تطوير أدواته ومشاركة بياناته وتقاريره ومكافأة الأداء الجيد بما يضمن تحسينه واستمراره. ويتطلب ذلك إدخال الإصلاحات الكبرى في مجال التعليم، قياس مدى التقدم من خلال تحليل البيانات، وضمان التكامل والاتفاق بين أصحاب المصلحة الرئيسين نحو هدف مشترك، وتهيئة البيئة حتى تكون ممكنة للتغيير وداعمة له، والمناقشة المنتظمة للأداء والسياسات والممارسات بمشاركة المعنيين. ثانياً، تنفيذ عمليات التقويم وضمان جودة المدارس. من المهم توفر البيانات والمعلومات لأعضاء الهيئة التعليمية في المدارس ولصناع القرار التعليمي بما يدعم جهود تحسين التعليم والتعلم. وتعد عمليتا التقويم وفحص الأداء مكونان أساسيان في استراتيجيات ضمان الجودة التي تأخذ بها الأنظمة المدرسية، مع التأكيد على قياس ما يتعلمه الطلبة وتحسينه باستمرار. ويشهد تقويم المدارس تحولاً كبيراً من النهج التقليدي الذي يركز على المساءلة إلى النهج الذي يهدف إلى بناء القدرات والتحسين المستمر. ثالثاً، تقويم نواتج التعلم للتعليم العالي. يسهم التعليم العالي في النمو الاقتصادي من خلال تطوير رأس المال البشري ومن خلال الابتكارات التي تطور تقنيات الإنتاج وتضمن استدامة المهارات لدى القوة العاملة. وقد تطورت نظم ضمان الجودة لتعكس الأهمية المتزايدة للتعليم العالي في الخطط الوطنية. ويجب أن يشمل تقويم التعليم العالي نطاقاً واسعاً من الأنشطة التي تركز على المخرجات في التعليم والتعلم وفي البحث العلمي والأداء الإداري، إضافة إلى ما يمكن تسميته بالمهمة الرابعة التي تعنى بالتأثير الواسع للتعليم العالي والبحث العلمي في ثقافة المجتمع والصحة العامة والتعلم مدى الحياة. رابعاً، تقويم واعتماد برامج التعليم والتدريب. يعد اكتساب المهارات الأساسية عاملاً حاسماً للأفراد للحصول على فرص العمل وللنمو الاقتصادي للمجتمع، الأمر الذي يعني ويحتم العناية بالسياسات والبرامج التي تزيد من فرص التدريب وتدعم التعلم المستمر مدى الحياة. ومع كثرة أولويات الإنفاق خصوصاً فيما يتعلق بخفض البطالة والحاجة إلى تطوير قدرات القوى العاملة، تزايدت أهمية العناية بجودة برامج التعليم والتدريب بالتركيز على المخرجات. وتظل المواءمة مع احتياجات سوق العمل من ضمن أكثر القضايا تحدياً، مما يتطلب الكثير من العمل لقراءة توجهات سوق العمل وما يشهده من تغير مستمر، مع التأكيد على السياق ومتطلباته وطبيعة الاقتصاديات، وكذلك التأكيد على الشراكة بين مؤسسات وقطاعات التدريب وقطاع العمل. ومع تطور تقنيات المعلومات والاتصالات، أصبح استعمال البيانات الضخمة ومؤشراتها التحليلية مهماً لمتابعة تطبيق أطر المؤهلات الوطنية وتطويرها لتكون أكثر شمولاً، وكذلك تطوير معايير دولية للمؤهلات والمهارات والعمل مع المجالس المهنية القطاعية. خامساً، استخدام البيانات التقويمية في البحوث والتقارير. تسهم بيانات التقويم بدور أساس في تحسين أنظمة التعليم والتدريب، خاصة مع استمرار زيادة جمع البيانات عن الأنظمة التعليمية والتدريبية ومخرجاتها، حيث يمكن للمربين وصناع القرار من خلالها الحصول على الأدلة التي تضيء جهود تحسين التعليم والتعلم. وتتضمن بيانات التقويم عادة مقاييس للمخرجات، ويتطلب ذلك تكوين قواعد بيانات شمولية لغرض تحسين نظم التعليم والتدريب. وتشتد الحاجة لتحسين السياسات وفقاً للبيانات عند الحاجة للاستجابة السريعة وقت الأزمات، مثل ما يمر به العالم في الأزمة الحالية التي تتطلب اتخاذ قرارات سريعة ومتمايزة ومتغيرة وفقاً للبيانات التي يتم جمعها على مدار اليوم. ومن المهم في استراتيجية البيانات العناية بأطر الحوكمة لرفع جودة البيانات ومصداقيتها ودقتها، وتدريب المعنيين وأصحاب المصلحة ومنهم الباحثين على الاستفادة من هذه البيانات وإعداد التقارير بناء عليها بهدف تحسين الممارسات في كافة جوانب النظام التعليمي ومستوياته. سادساً، استمرارية عمليات التقويم أثناء جائحة فيروس كورونا. أثرت القيود المفروضة على التنقل التي فرضتها هذه الجائحة وضرورة التباعد الاجتماعي على أنظمة التعليم على جميع المستويات، ولذلك لجأت الحكومات إلى طرق بديلة لتوفير التعليم أثناء الأزمة، ومن بين هذه الطرق التعلم عن بعد باستعمال تقنيات المعلومات والاتصالات. ومثل ما كان استمرار التعليم مهماً، كذلك الأمر بالنسبة لعمليات التقويم، يظل استمرارها مهماً. وقد نجحت المملكة العربية السعودية ممثلة في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب في تنفيذ اختبار التحصيل العلمي عن بعد لأكثر من 300 ألف طالب وطالبة باستعمال منصات الاختبارات عن بعد مع توظيف تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في المراقبة على الاختبار. وهذا يشير إلى أن تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات والذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن أن تقدم حلولاً ناجعة في تنفيذ الاختبارات عن بعد في الظروف العادية، بل وحتى عمليات التقويم والاعتماد. ختاماً، جودة التعليم مؤثر رئيس في دعم مساهمة التعليم في النمو الاقتصادي، وعليها الرهان وفيها يجب الاستثمار. ولكي تتحقق يجب توفر نهج وأساليب تقويم فاعلة مع الاستفادة من بيانات التقويم في دعم قرارات الإصلاح والتحسين. ختاماً، أوجه الشكر لكل الشركاء المحليين والدوليين الذين أسهموا في نجاح هذا المؤتمر، ونخص بالشكر الأمانة السعودية لمجموعة العشرين وأصحاب المعالي والسعادة والخبراء المشاركين في تقديم جلسات المؤتمر وإدارتها، ومنظمة التنمية والتعاون الاقتصادي الOECD لإسهامها العلمي في برنامج المؤتمر. وشكر خاص لكم أنتم حضور هذا المؤتمر على تفاعلكم وأسئلتكم التي أثرت جلسات المؤتمر. ونشكر كذلك مجلس إدارة هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب ممثلا بمعالي رئيسه المستشار في الديوان الملكي الدكتور أحمد بن محمد العيسى، وجميع أعضاء المجلس الموقر على دعم تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، وللجنة التنظيمية وكذلك اللجنة العلمية، وجميع من يقف وراء هذا النجاح الكبير الذي حالف المؤتمر. فللجميع كل الشكر والتقدير، ونلقاكم على خير بإذن الله في فعاليات علمية قادمة ضمن رؤية تحول حقيقي يسير بها هذا الوطن في ظل قيادة حكيمة وملهمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
حضورنا الكرام، في ختام المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، لا يسعنا إلا أن نشكر كل من ساهم في نجاح هذا المؤتمر. شكرا لكافة شركاء النجاح على الدعم والحضور والإثراء المعرفي. شكرا لأصحاب المعالي والسعادة، والشكر موصول لكم أنتم حضور المؤتمر ومتابعيه من خلف الشاشات. Ladies and gentlemen, our respectable audience, we have reached the end of the International Conference on Education and Training Evaluation. We would like to thank their excellencies and all the speakers for their valuable speeches and presentations. We would like also to thank you for your participation. بتفاعلكم المميز وحضوركم الذي فاق التوقعات، نشكر لكم مرة أخرى متابعتكم لفعاليات المؤتمر الدولي لتقويم التعليم والتدريب، تجويد نواتج التعليم ودعم النمو الاقتصادي، الذي نظمته هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب بالشراكة مع الأمانة السعودية لمجموعة العشرين. ونلتقيكم بإذن الله في نسخة المؤتمر القادمة بعد عامين. شكرا جزيلا لكم وفي أمان الله.
شكرا لك. الله يعطيكم العافية جميعا.